Okay, that's working. Closed captions is not working. I don't even know why I'm surprised at this point. Honestly, if they don't function, get out of here. If they don't function, by the time everything else gets set back up, I'm just gonna turn off closed captions and look for something different. Because another day, because I've been up for almost 24 hours now. It'll be 24 hours in like 3 hours. So I really don't want to be messing around with something that, as much as I like it, I haven't always had it anyway. So if it's not gonna function for one night, it's not gonna function for one night, and I'm not gonna let that be the linchpin in my stream tonight. I do have the closed captions for Twitch that I can turn on if these don't work. I'm gonna check it one more time. It's not working. I don't know why it's not working. Normally all I have to do is like tab out, so I don't understand why, like, you know what I mean? Like it just stops. Whether I tab out, whether I alt tab out, whether I just click on another window, I don't understand it. It's really frustrating. I really hate it. I don't know why it keeps doing this. Yeah, it just isn't working. So I'm just going to unbookmark this. Where is the regular bookmark? Yeah, this is not going to work. So I'm gonna close that. We're just not gonna have closed captioning anymore, and y'all are just gonna have to live with that. But yes, I want to delete it. Oh my god. Which means data chat and go back to where it used to be. Yeah, I guess right there is fine. Let's go to games. Delete closed captions. Yes. I don't want it anymore. It'll be a little annoying for the people who are used to it, but I say this all the time, until I get paid minimum wage for streaming, I'm not gonna worry about having the best quality stream, because this is just a hobby at the end of the day, and if something about that hobby is stressing me out, it's not worth doing. Okay. Give me my login code, please. Oh my god, really? My phone's been having these weird like charging issues lately. It's been pretty frustrating. Man, I'm in such a bad mood that I don't think that this game could scare me if it wanted to. Oh, that's what I forgot. Oh no, the tiltify thing is still working just fine. I was like, if I gotta change the tilt, that's the one thing that I would actually stop to change, because you know, it's for charity. Like, I can't be petty about that. But yeah, you guys can let me know if you know any closed caption stuff that's like functional and good. Am I still streaming? Yes. I was curious because wait, is the giveaway even open? Should be. Yeah, it's still open. Okay. I was like, I'd apologize for being in a bad mood, but I think I gotta stop, like, I think people in general need to stop complaining about like having like thoughts, feelings, and emotions. Like, unless you're actively hurting somebody or like trying to take the fun out of somebody's day or something like that, it really doesn't matter. Like, you're allowed to be in bad moods. You're allowed to be upset about things. And again, until I get paid minimum wage, I'm not putting on a customer service page. I don't want my friends page open. Thank you, Steam. Which, it hadn't been a recent update, but Steam just randomly does this thing where it opens up your friend list. And it's like, I don't use Steam. I've never used Steam for friendship, ever. Like, the only time I think I've actually chatted with somebody on Steam is because they sent me a message. I don't think I've ever opened up Steam and been like, let me talk to this person. Let me open up my friends list and send this person a message. I don't know if you guys done that. I certainly fucking haven't. Turtle is not very happy. Can you guys even see her? Yeah, she's kind of pissed. I gave her another treat while my computer was restarting, and she's expecting another one. And she's obviously not getting it, so. Ugh. It's also very cold in my house right now. Did I lock the door? Yeah. So I might have to get up and turn the thermostat down a bit because it's supposed to get really cold tonight. But since one of the weather has been 100% accurate 100% of the time. Man, there's a lot of bad things about this Suva beauty makeup. Pumpkin! Light of my fucking life. I have not caught like any of your recent streams, and I think that's what has spiraled me into my recent bout of depression. I haven't had my weekly dose of pumpkin days. The streamer. I still have yet to even boot your game up, and I feel fucking awful. I'd feel less bad if I paid for it, because at least then I'd be supporting you. But I've gotten 2 keys for your game for free, and have not opened the goddamn game. But I've been up for like 21 hours, 20 hours. It'll be 21 hours in like 30 minutes, whatever. And I'm not, today's been a bad day. But, I do enjoy the keys. I kept one for myself. I yeeted the other one at somebody else. And then let me know. Well, I mean, obviously you'll let me know because I'm in your server. I don't need a private notice. But when your thing's about to like 2 weeks away from launch, unless that's like secret, I wanna do a big giveaway with like that as a giveaway, because for Theta, Twitch people can get fucked. You want free shit? I'm sick of giving Twitch people free shit. Go to Theta. No, but dude, I organized my Steam library and I made a list of games I have not played. Much longer than, yeah. I really wish that the Steam, I mean, there's probably mods for it. Are there mods for the Steam client? I don't know. But, it's really hard to sort your games. Like, the ones that you can sort by, what is it, like, alphabetically, single player, like, I mean, these are great. These are great, but they're not great. They're not great. Like, every time I want to sort, like, my games, I mean, you'd think that these are the things you'd want to sort by. Installed, trading cards, workshop. Wait, who would sort by achievements? Somebody wants to know. Somebody wants to know about their achievements. But, like, I feel this is very bare bones, especially because the store tags don't make any sense. Like, go look at the tags on some of the games on Steam. And if you scroll long enough in their tags, it don't make any sense. It don't make any sense. Make my own categories. You can make your own? Well, damn. Forget everything I just said. I'm always complaining about shit, and then somebody's like, you know you can just do this. And I'm like, I put a negative review for Among Us on Steam, and somebody told me, they're like, you realize that you can just do this, and that thing isn't a problem, right? And I was like, well, I'm not editing the review. I'm not editing the review. That game is not worth $5. I'm sorry, but it's not. But how are you doing, Pumpkin? How's the pumpkin days going? My cat left me. I wish I could say that I'm not stalling. But I totally am. I totally am stalling. I found that I could edit categories by accident. I mean, I didn't even, who knew? I've played 20 hours of this game, by the way, which if you take the 10% off for idle times, That's 18 hours. That's a long time. This game, I don't know if this game, there's not a Halloween sale on Steam yet, is there? Like, I feel like 16 days into October there should be one. Like, don't they always do like a little Halloween spooky sale? Like, not a big sale, but like something. No, they're just doing another, oh, I'm sorry, a Go Sega 60th anniversary sale. Hello? Pumpkin Days patch is so late, but I mean, if I'm gonna be honest with you, Pumpkin, there are probably, like, the majority of the people who are playing your game probably don't even realize that there is a schedule to the updates. They, like, there are people who are regulars in certain streams that I watch, and these streamers not only have a very consistent schedule, but they, like, launch their schedule, like, a week ahead of time, and also say when they're gonna go live. And people are still like, I don't know when you go live. So I promise you, like, there's probably like a few people who are like, she said it would be here, where's the update? But the majority of people probably didn't even realize that there was a schedule that you were keeping to. They were probably just like, it'll come out eventually. Because, I mean, to be quite honest, with AAA games, they're always like, it's gonna be here at this time, and then it's never there. I don't think anybody actually expects indie developers to get anything done on time. Not saying that we expect you to fail. I guess I should be saying us, because I'm afraid to stream any of my game development, because I'm afraid someone's gonna steal my idea and make it better. I listen, back when I was like 14, somebody heard that I was going to be doing a shipping, like, you know, character shipping, like, celebration week once, and they decided to get their friends together and announce the same fucking ship to have a shipping week, like, a week before me and my friends, and I had a mental fucking breakdown. Alright? I can't handle that shit. I can't do it. Like, you ever have an idea for something and then a movie trailer comes onto YouTube like a week later with the exact fucking idea that you had, and you're like, well, great. Now I can't do it. I'm just ranting about my problems. I'm just not in a good mood. I need to calm down. Special offers on what? Oh my god, you can get the Rusty... Okay, but apparently there is like a Halloween sale, but it's like underground. You can get the Rusty Lake bundle for... Oh my god, only $3? That's not bad if it's all 3 games. I said in my review of the first and second one that I didn't think that either of them were worth more than $1. And that I wish I hadn't bought them. But it might be up your alley, guys. Just because I don't like something doesn't mean you won't. I mean, I don't like Among Us, but millions of people are eating that game up. Okay, I need to get out of Steam and actually play this game, don't I? Oh yeah, no, I was brutal. I was like, these games are shit. They're shit. They're atmospheric little things, and I hate them. Just saying. Alright, but for anyone who is new to this game, this is The Letter. It's a horror visual novel with the premise of a girl finds a chain letter that says if she doesn't send it to 5 people, something bad will happen. Now, before you're like, oh, that's dumb, it's dumber because I decided, oh, let's just be an asshole, and I sent it to 6 people. And granted, one of them died. But this stupid ghost bitch is still after us, and so we're trying to figure out what the fuck is happening. But they keep bouncing us to different characters and different points of the story. I'm getting Hotmail. Yeah, it's like Hotmail Chain Letters, the game. And you know what? I can't hate it. Because there's a lot of things that I hate. Like, I'm very confident that the person who made this game doesn't interact with, like, other human beings. So far, we have been called the N-word. We've called a random Asian person an oriental looking man, because that's a normal thing to say about a person in the year 2017. We've chastised a woman for having a black cat and told her that she should be worried about bad things happening to her, before we decided, oh wait, maybe that's culturally insensitive. And what was that other thing? What was the other thing? Shit, there was something else that was like racially charged, and I didn't write it down. Oh, and the character we're playing as right now, or at least I think the character we're playing as right now, who are we? Yeah, we're playing as Marianne. She's the worst. She's not only is she a self-insert fucking waifu character, but she's just a terrible person. She's just a terrible fucking person. And so she's a lesbian, right? A closeted lesbian, and it's implied that her dead ex-lover killed herself because Marianne rejected her and was being homophobic towards her. And then when the ghost girl attacks Marianne, instead of the typical, a scary girl is like bloody and like attacking her, she gets some kind of weird fetish dream where her ex-lover and this chick Hannah are both their heads are attached to the same naked body, and like they're taunting her and telling her that she's disgusting and sinful for having impure thoughts about wanting to fuck both of them. I don't understand. I don't know enough about like people from the Philippines to know if Isabella is a racist caricature if she's a bad representation. But literally Hannah, the white blonde girl with the pretty blue eyes and who's rich, is like the most unproblematic character, and it's really distracting and frustrating because like when other people talk to her, you think, oh, okay, she's a terrible person, the thing she's saying is terrible. But when you're in her perspective, the game writes it so that she's like not actually terrible, and she's just pretending, and she doesn't mean it like that. And it's like, what? I don't know who wrote this. We have not played as Rebecca, Ashton, or Luke yet. Luke, by the way, this guy down here is this chick's wife, and not only is he racist, he said the N-word. He literally said, what's the N-word doing here? I can't even say it on my own stream, okay? I'll get in trouble. But he cheated on his wife multiple times. He may or may not have gotten Hannah, this girl here, Hannah's best friend, pregnant, who, by the way, is also married. And he admits, he's like, okay, I probably cheated on you with her, but I was probably drunk, and I don't know when it happened, but it was definitely before she got pregnant. And it's like, you're lucky you're rich, because you definitely need a good lawyer. Now, we did have the option to kick him out on his ass, or to kick our best friend out on her ass, because she, like, talked about it at a party. And I honestly think that Luke hates children so much that he would never risk getting a woman pregnant. So I was like, let's not kick him out. But, like, now it's like, why am I fighting for a marriage with this guy? But then it's like, why do I care what happens to Hannah? Anyway, this is like, the way I'm talking about it makes it seem like it's just a big soap opera, but it's actually kind of scary. There's only been a few jump scares, and it's the kind of game where like something bad could happen at any time, like no matter what is happening in the story. And I kind of love that, because whether it's daytime or nighttime, or they're alone, or they're with friends, or they're out in public, or they're just in their car, something bad could happen, and I love it. I love it. But the art in this game is also pretty bad. And whoever drew all the women has a really bad case of same-face syndrome. And I don't understand how that's possible. Because, like, they definitely tried, like, where is it? Because they all the women have different noses, but, like, when you see, like, you'll see. They all have the exact same fucking face. I don't even remember what we're doing. What day is today? I don't even know. We're playing as Marianne, right? Yes. I don't remember what we're doing. We're about to remember. The place is already busy as soon as I get here. The foreman, one that I've recommended to the... Okay, I remember now. We're renovating the Wright's house right before their big party. And the big party is where Hannah finds her husband has cheated on her, and like it's a whole big thing. Where's Turtle? You want a treat? Come here. Come on, you get treat if you come up here. I'm lying to this poor cat. Come here. You get treat. I'm scared. Get up here. You get treat. You get treat and snuggles. You get treat. Please. Jump. Yes. I love you. Yes, I do. Very much. I'm not giving you a treat. I'm sorry, I lied. Oh. Well, static electricity, it's not my fault. Yeah. 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 She was very snuggly the other day, but she's kind of sick of me. I think she knows that I'm scared when I lock her in the room and it's dark. And so she doesn't want to snuggle, but... oh, another problem this game has is there's a lot of sentences that don't need to be there. Like, they're just pure padding. Not a fan. Which isn't bad if you're, like, reading it alone, but it's terrible if you're streaming it. Or, like, God forbid, speaking the lines out loud. Yeah, okay, watch this fucking... Like, any of you who are watching who don't believe me, watch this fucking character's boobs. I know that sounds weird, but just watch. Because some freaky shit happens, and I don't know why they did this. I have no chance to talk to him as Mrs. Wright appears and greets me with a smile.
Mrs. Wright, I hope everything has been to your liking thus far.
Why is that so loud? Is the game loud for anybody else? I don't know.
Good morning, Marianne.
Holy shit!
It's been delightful, and these men have been very helpful. Look at all this. It's so busy here. I'm getting tired just looking at them go.
Did you see it? Did y'all see it?
No complications so far with the movers or the previous owners of the mansion, I hope?
Sounds fine to me. It's gotta be this headset. If you are thinking about buying a headset, do not buy from Corsair. I don't care how many streamers' dicks Corsair has sucked. Okay? Their products are shit. I don't like them. And if you're like, oh... I know. I was surprised that it was voice acted. Like, voice acting, kind of sexy. And I think they reuse a couple of the voice actors, but for the most part, all the voice actors sound different. The only problem is a lot of them are not good. And I hope that none of you have to find that out tonight, because some of the characters, like the worst voice acting has definitely been from side characters. Thank God. But that doesn't make it much better. If I ever release a visual novel, you bet your ass there's gonna be voice acting. And I'm probably gonna spend way too much money on it. No. You want treat? I have like 3-4 left in here. You want treat? This poor fucking cat is gonna die of obesity because I'm too scared of this fucking video game. See, look, now that there's a fucking treat, she's like, oh, I love Mom. Okay.
If anything, the only one being problematic is Luke, if I'm to be honest.
Why, because he's racist?
He can be such a diva, but I do like that about him.
She stops, looking up at the upper landing where Mr. Wright comes through with 2 other movers and the mirror from the study.
Oh, do be careful with that mirror. We wouldn't want anyone getting hurt because of broken glass. Why are you even having it carried around?
Oh? You did say you didn't want the mirror, and I keep getting distracted by it.
I don't know what that line's supposed to mean.
If I'm going to turn the study into my office, I'd rather not have it there.
I think so far everyone has referred to the mirror as being weird, but nobody wants to admit what they've seen in the mirror. And so far, everybody who has described what they've seen, like, to themselves, it's been fucked up.
Where can we put this?
Well, you are not putting it in our room. Why don't you go, I don't know, put it in the wine cellar for now? We can figure out to store it in the attic or somewhere else later, yes?
You heard her, boys. To the cellar it goes. Mush!
Oh, fuck me. Fuck my ass. I hate this kind of shit. The movers bring down the mirror one step at a time, no matter how much the man tells them to hurry. An unsettling feeling grows in my stomach as I see a reflection of the bloody thing. That's the mirror from my dream. Ugh. Ugh. I did not like that. As soon as they go into the kitchen, I realize I'm holding my breath. You're just washing yourself like you didn't just abandon me in my time of need. Ugh, I spilled a little bit. It'll be a terribly busy day, and there's no need for me to even think of anything else. I talk with the foreman, fill him in on which room is which. Seems I'm doomed to not get any significant work done without being interrupted when it comes to these particular clients, however.
Marianne, dear, have you had breakfast yet? Well, I do believe it would be considered brunch at this hour.
Oh, yes, Mrs. Wright.
You must join me. Johans has already been breaking in the kitchen, as they say.
She's leaving me again. She hates me.
I do not see the others settling down for a meal anytime soon. Someone might as well enjoy the food while it's hot, and that someone might as well be us.
I should say no. I really must say no. But the way she smiles at me makes it difficult to do so. Look at how ridiculous I'm being, acting like a silly, nervous schoolgirl with a crush. It's because she's blonde and pretty. Just a brunch, and who am I to say no to a client? It would be impolite to do so. You know, the last time we had breakfast with these people, she was like, this sucks, and I hate it. It's not like I'm gonna agree because of anything other than propriety? Is that a thing? I'm not agreeing just because she batted her pretty eyelashes at me.
If you insist.
It really isn't any of those. The last time they offered you breakfast, you wanted nothing to do with these people. I'm so confused. I must have forgotten something. But it's something about her eyes, rather. She looks like she needs a good talk. A friend. And although I'm not supposed to get chummy with my client, there's no harm in pretending, right? Girl! You start banging on that door. No! I gave you like 3 treats. 3 treats! That's like more than you typically get in a whole day. I wish I could apologize for doing this, but unfortunately, I need this cat, okay? Yeah, don't you love Mommy? Mommy gives you treats. She just grabbed it out of my hand and walked away. She didn't even, like, eat it out of my hand. She just took it. Why do you hate me so? Because I don't give her treats as much as I should. And then we've already been through this scene before, but I guess we're gonna have to go through it again on... Oh my god, can you stop? On Marianne's side. Of course, I've been wrong on many occasions before. Maybe there is plenty harm in pretending that I care. Because pretending I care might lead to actually caring. She's not wrong. Be careful. Being alone in the same room as the missus leaves me reeling, as I find myself paying too much attention to her. It seems so borderline unhealthy how much I'm getting obsessed, even if it's just by looking. And it's the little insignificant thing that I noticed, like the way she plays with her hair, or how she smooths down her dress.
Up, higher, come on now!
Oh yeah, and then this character we're playing as now... We had the option to. We almost fucked Hannah's husband before we knew that we were working for them. Absolute fucking drama. You gotta stop doing that. I think she's playing with the kitten on the other side of the door, but I refuse to let that fucking cat in here when I'm playing a horror game. Whiskey's annoying voice in the other room helps pull me back to the ground. I'm just looking, aren't I? I know that someone like her wouldn't even look at someone like me. Aw, you're so cute. Come on. I'll give you scratches. Scratches. Yeah, scratches. He's not having any of it. Still. Oh. Wet cat nose. I'm like draining all of the fire from this. Still, there's some time to turn around this bad decision.
I'd really like to thank you for inviting me to breakfast, Mrs. Wright, but I already ate, so I should really go back to work.
Nonsense! You arrived so early. You must not have gotten a proper meal. Sit. I'd situate us in the dining hall, but it is a mess right now.
Her concern is sweet, as is her smile. But I'm really not here for idle chit-chat, something I keep forgetting. We're both distracted when the food arrives, and it's enough for me to stay, at least until the meal is over. No more, no less, just be polite. Thankfully, the conversation steers into a topic I'm comfortable with, work. This goes on for a bit, and I can't be more relieved. Most people don't understand calling me a workaholic, but I choose to work in a field I'm enthusiastic about. Imagine having that privilege. Imagine. I wish I could get paid to do things I liked. Wish I had things I liked. Man. Goodness gracious. It's so cold. I'm like covering up with this towel. So what if my career is also my hobby?
But no, really, how have you liked it so far?
Oh, it has been wonderful, believe me. Everything is going smoothly too. It has been a long time since I've worked on something on this grand a scale. Nowadays, everyone is about condos and flats, living in the city where every room is an identical box.
I don't mind boxes.
Believe me, this is very refreshing.
We lived in a condo before this, Marianne.
I didn't mean any insult.
It's fine, sweetie. Look at you, all frazzled. I was just pulling your leg. Luke wanted that penthouse when we got married, and you can thank him for purchasing this place as well.
Wait, doesn't she own the house? I'm pretty sure. I have no business with it, though. It's theirs to hash out. But apparently, the momentary confusion had been visible on my face.
Don't be fooled. I'm just the treasury. I wouldn't be able to make a purchase this grand without his seal of approval.
I see.
This is why you don't get married.
That's it. That's all you have to say.
Yes. What else is there to it? Without warning, this nice friendly chat devolved into something horrible. Something sad.
But I really don't know what to say, Mrs. Wright. We were talking of no topic in particular, and...
Luke. We were talking about Luke.
No, you were talking about Luke.
About him not eating breakfast with you?
About him treating me as if I were some treasury.
Despite my general dislike for the upper class, I sometimes feel pity for them. Because you are the upper class! She acts like she hates rich people, but she literally is rich people. She's not the 1%, but she's damn close. They may have all the money in the world where material things aren't a problem, but they don't even see what they've become, what they've ended up, or what they've done most of the time. I'm serious. She was an architect. Where's her profile? Yeah, she's an interior designer and a former architect. She's rich. She's rich. They're shut in by their own trap, forced to play along with society's expectations and do anything to stay where they are and keep what they have. How sad. Stop! Stop! You don't need to leave. You don't. You just don't want to be in here. A world where even people feel or are treated like they're mere possessions. When someone is at the top, the only way for them to go is down. I've worked with many Hannahs and Lukes and whiskeys. Did my stream just go down? What happened? I think it might have just been my Chromebook. Ah, did I drop frames? I did drop frames. I dropped like a decent chunk in such a small amount of time too. Something must be going on with my internet, because I literally I've never dropped frames before recently. Or it's this fucking Windows update. Is anybody else having issues with this new Windows update? Because I fucking hate it. Whew. Let me pop open. There we go. That's better. Okay. She claims she's never been one of them, but she basically is them. I don't pretend to understand their world any deeper than that. I merely know what I've witnessed before. She looks lost, speechless at how she betrayed herself. My pity for the likes of her returns. Nothing but pity moves me as I speak before she could say anything else that might ruin or break her.
I won't speak a word, Mrs. Wright. Not only am I contractually obliged to, it would also go against my principles. This is no one else's business but your own, and it should be kept between the two of you. And whoever you wish to seek counsel from.
Please, Marianne. You have to understand. These sort of affairs. If anyone were to know this, they could just twist it and we'll be ruined.
And then literally the next day at a party she throws, her best friend accuses her husband of getting her pregnant. And she was worried about money problems.
All I ask for is your silence on the matter.
The way she practically begs me to keep quiet about it is disheartening. I have no plans of speaking about anything I hear, especially if it's about their private affairs. But the way she looks at me, the way she just expects some sort of fallout because of this, makes my heart clench.
Well, I'm keeping that information confidential as well.
It's not like I have any other choice, do I?
Thank you.
When the last of the food and drink is gone, the door opens as if on cue.
Madam, the photographer from Luxury Living is here.
This was a wonderful meal, Marianne. You're free to return to your duties.
I can't wait to see what kind of horrified shit we're gonna find.
I must excuse myself.
It was my pleasure. And thank you for the food as well.
She stands up and... What? She stands up and leave? See, that wasn't me. They just wrote that line wrong. She stands to up and leave. That makes even less sense. She go out and walk by. And all I want to do is reassure her again to prove that I'm someone she can trust. I honestly don't mind. Like, I make fun of errors because it makes me feel better when I mess up. But this was translated from some Asian language. I don't know what it is because they don't say what it's called in the menu, okay? I can't read the symbols. But it's some kind of fucking Asian language. They translated it to English, and there are some things that don't quite make sense. Like, they swap between past and present tense a lot in ways that no native English speaker would, like, ever mix up. But it's fine. I usually understand it. And if not, I just spend 5 minutes complaining about it. So when she looks back my way, I didn't find the smile that found its way on my face. I didn't fight. Fuck. See? Sometimes it's me. I feel giddy. But the feeling dies down afterwards as I sober up. What is happening with my stream? Is it dying? My Chromebook just completely crashed, and it's what I use as a preview. Oh, how many frames have I dropped? Okay, it hasn't really gone up that much, but I'm still dropping frames. Not loading. Did it do the same thing? It didn't do the same thing on my PC, so I'm just gonna assume it's my Chromebook fucking up. It's got an Ethernet cable. Come on! Okay, it's... Sober up. Wait, did they have alcohol? I didn't even notice. Not this fucking place again. Soon enough, I find myself drawn to the kitchen where the right butler is returned to. He's already claimed the space and telling movers to back off, and none dares to question his proclamation either.
My kitchen. No kinder allowed. Little men running around with knives especially. We do not want any accidents to happen now, do we? Good? Good.
Does that mean good? I mean, it is a knife-wielding German standing there. I don't think anybody would be insane enough to refuse his request.
I hope I meet the age restriction, or at least the height restriction, because I'm asking to be let in here.
You are allowed inside, McCulloch, but not the little ones.
What does he mean? A shake of my head and a roll of my eyes is all I give him. It's not like I'm gonna be any trouble to him. I just need to look around, get my bearings. Please not here. The breakfast had been distraction enough. I don't even want to think about what we just talked about. I just need to get my head straight and get back to work. The movers work efficiently even when they're left alone, and they do quick work of their responsibilities. The head foreman comes. Hey! Stop that! Come here! The head foreman comes, standing in the doorway to consult me on this or that, and I have to go help out every now and then. But they pretty much have everything up to standards. They skip lunch entirely, not even realizing when they do so. That does not sound accurate. Nevertheless, all is well, and as the butler gets to heating up the leftover bubble and squeak from breakfast. I still don't know what that is. And makes a generous batch of fish and chips for them. Most likely simple in comparison to what he serves to the Wrights, but well done nonetheless.
That smells good. Want to wrap up some for me to go?
It's an idle observation more than anything. My thoughts, as they are, preoccupy me.
If there are any left, one can't go wrong with fish and chips. Everyone loves them. Even my husband. And he's American.
I don't like fish and chips. I don't even kind of like it. I really do hate getting up so close and personal with my clients. It's a distraction. It's obvious to me that I've gotten my priorities all wrong when I can't help but think about what I heard, what I learned about the Wright couple. I mean, I'll give the Wrights this, they're not homophobic. So that's cool. These things have a way of creeping up on a person. Thoughts, ideas, whether they're fact or fiction. They creep up and fester, crawl and writhe in a way that twists. What are we worried about? I hear giggling, delighted, and mocking. They creep up and the sensation of fingers ghosting briefly in my arm causes me to freeze and hiss.
Don't!
I half expect her to be there.
Whoa, no need to scream bloody murder!
Oh god, that's almost worse. This is the third time the game has tried to make you think that the ghost girl's gonna show up, but it's actually just this fucker.
It's just me. Quiet down before you break glass.
Don't do that again. Ever.
I don't like being scared, though I don't believe in the likes of spooks. Being startled is not on the top of the list of things Marianne liked. Lucky for him, I have nothing within reach, or he would have gotten on friendly terms with something like a rolling pin.
What was with that reaction? Were you really scared?
I kind of was.
Has Johann's been telling you ghost stories? He just loves to scare people. Isn't that right, Brother Gurium?
He's literally never told an even remotely scary story. The butler's expression is unreadable. I hardly see any emotion on his face to begin with since I started working for the Wrights, aside from vague amusement. There must have been something there, though, judging from Mr. Wright's own content look. The expression on Mr. Wright's face is almost cruel. But neither of them spoke, even as Johannes leaves the room to serve the workers their late lunch.
So, now that we're alone, Marianne, what are you so jumpy for?
I don't know, man. Hello, Voids, and thank you for the follow. What is your icon? I can't tell. What is that? View profile. Oh my god! It's so, I don't know who that is, but it's such a nice, well done icon. It's cute. Love it. Cute icon. 10 out of 10.
I was just thinking about all the urban legends the movers have been telling me about this place.
Girl, you're gonna scare me more than the game. I'd like to wait at least an hour before I swap my cats.
Don't tell me you believe in that tosh. They're nothing but tales made up to scare children.
I mean, probably, but...
Timmy, Billy, don't you dare go up to that big mansion and get in trouble there. The ghosts are going to get you.
That was the noise.
That's a
that you
boring way
made.
to look at it, but that's usually what it is anyway, no? Like I said, I was just thinking.
It would be a relief, actually, if those rumors of this place being haunted is true. That just means I'm not going bonkers. Hearing, let alone seeing a dead person isn't exactly the symptoms of a healthy mind. Sure, it means there would be such a thing as ghouls and goblins, but at least I'd be sane. On the other hand, there would actually be a dead girl walking around.
If you could excuse the inane question, Mr. Wright, you haven't noticed anything weird here?
I definitely think the male voice actors were not given as much direction as the female voice actresses, because while some of the female voice actors are bad, all of the like ridiculous stuff comes from the men. A simple enough question on the surface, yet I notice the man stiffen as the question leaves my mouth. I'm very curious to see what he has seen. He has the weirdest fucking affinity system out of everybody. And I'm very curious to know what kind of stuff the ghost girl does to freak him out. It's probably got something to do with babies, because this guy does not seem like he wants anything to do with kids. Or maybe it's just racist stuff like, oh no, there's a black man in your house. I wouldn't have noticed it if I wasn't watching his reaction intently, but in his eyes, I see something dangerous.
It depends on your definition of the word weird. Are we still on the topic of this place being haunted? Because no, things have not started to fly around and we have yet to require an exorcism. I don't think my head would like to do the whole 180-degree turn thing.
Well, maybe that, but no strange people?
Aside from my usually weird butler and all the weird men traipsing around touching my things? No, not really. Why do you ask? Have you noticed anyone strange while you were here? Because you must report it to Johans and he'll have security handle it.
Or Johans will take care of it himself, because he beat up Zachary in the other storyline.
But these reports better not be about ghosts and things that go bump in the night. I don't want to waste manpower on the boogeyman or senseless witch hunts.
I'll keep that in mind, Mr. Wright. But no, it's nothing like that. I guess the mansion is just strange for me. It's a unique project.
No strange men or women lurking about then?
Turtle! Come here! Come here! Come here. Come here. And now you're staying here. Congratulations, you just fucking played yourself. A dead teenager would technically qualify as strange. But yeah, the whole I see dead people thing isn't going to go over well.
None that I know of. But I'll inform Johans immediately if something comes up.
You just need to stay in here for a little bit longer, but you can't chew on the door.
I'm serious, Mint. You see anything, anyone suspicious, and you report it.
These two have this thing where they call each other by the drinks that they ordered at the bar they met at. So he's whiskey and Marianne is mint because she ordered a mint julep, and it's been awful for me. It's been bad, okay? It's terrible. It's like he's speaking into my soul, and it makes me want to vomit.
I think that goes without saying.
You can leave in like 10 minutes. You don't need to pee. You don't need to eat. I was there. You were asleep, and I stole you away. You just want to play with the kitten. You just want to play with the kitten. The concern he have on the talk of security is quickly gone. His arrogant, smug smirk returns, if a bit subdued. Whatever smarmy remark or innuendo he has at the ready never comes, though, as voices from the dining hall ring out.
So, is this a full-time job for you then?
Nah, I just freelance most.
Oh no, here it is. He's gonna say the N-word. He's gonna say the N-word.
It's fun and it puts food on the table, but it's not what I really want to do. At least not all the time.
That would be the magazine photographer, I presume. As always, Mrs. Wright talks in such a kind and cheery fashion, no matter who she's talking with, except for when she's talking to Isabella for some reason. It certainly puts people at ease around her. Sounds like she's working on the photographer too. Hearing them, though, seems to put Mr. Wright in a sour mood. Yeah, he doesn't like black people. I get it. At least if his small scowl is anything to go by. We're gonna save, because that's the law of visual novels. You always save when they give you an option. I don't want to ask him if he's alright, and I don't want to try and lighten the mood, but we have to make a decision. I'm gonna let that cat out soon. Are you okay?
Are you alright there, Whiskey? You're looking like you need a serious
We went up with
drink.
him. Yay, I'm so glad. I don't know if we'll get a bad ending if we don't become friends with everybody.
What is it that you want to do then?
Films. Documentaries mostly. But cinematography is a lot more difficult than photography, right?
How can they hear this?
I was working on the thing, actually.
I'm fine. Just a bit winded from all that moving about. It's been a long day.
Stop!
And the day's not over yet. So if you can excuse the bloodness, you either shape up to help or ship out back to your room and let us do the rest of the work.
She's just an asshole. He hesitates, eyes locked firmly on the door that led to the dining hall. Even now, we can still hear as Mrs. Wright and the photographer chit-chat in between shots.
It's not my place to say this, but she really does seem to care a lot about you, you know?
For some reason.
There's no need to remind me of that.
A strange smile appears on his face before he shuts his eyes and sighs.
Tell the workers that you're all dismissed early.
That's nice and all, Whiskey. But we really shouldn't just take off. Delays aren't a good thing when it comes to big projects like these.
I've seen House Hunters. She's not wrong.
The sooner we tackle certain issues, the better.
And I trust you can take care of these issues another day. Don't make me ask again, Mint.
Ugh.
Just tell the others they can go home early. And to not worry, they'll still get paid the remaining hours.
I don't know what prompted this. With the air he's putting on, though, I know better than to meddle and prod further. Besides...
Fine, you're the boss.
Walking out of the kitchen, I just accept the fact that whatever he says will go well under his roof. Mrs. Wright and the photographer are still far too busy in conversation to notice me, even as I make my way through the dining hall. Besides, I don't want to ruin their fun.
Well, it wasn't really a big thing.
Okay, as much as I want to just play for like another 5 minutes, this cat is not going to stop until I let her out because she wants to play with the kitten. So we're gonna take the first break just a little bit early. So get up, stretch, have a drink, have a snack, pet your fucking cats for me, fuck. And if you're heading to bed, have a good night, sleep well. And if you're just waking up, don't laugh at me for needing a cat in the room to play a horror game. God damn it! Stop! Turtle! Turtle! Come here. Come here. I will be right back. Hello, I am Rebecca. It looks like we dropped some frames on break, which is interesting. Anyway, here I am. It's so weird not having CC on. Oh, I should turn that off for, actually, just take it out of both titles, because, I forgot to actually set up the backup one on, Twitch. So let me actually take that out of the title. Don't want to piss anybody off. Them coming in and be like, where's the closed captioning? And me be like, I don't know what you're talking about. Fuck, I forgot that if you edit a title on Theta, it just deletes the entire fucking thing. Just, I don't know why it does that. And I have to do different commands for Theta because they do slash and not exclamation point. Okay. God, I'm so tired. Oh, hello, Bartsy. How are you doing tonight? Hope you're doing well. Also, I did bring Samantha into my room. But she's more than likely not going to make an appearance, like, near me. She's more just in the room for, like, emotional support. But she's not going to be banging on the door like Turtle was, because she doesn't like playing with the kitten.
People didn't like Blue Fonzie very much.
People don't like a film about colors. I suppose they would have liked Blue Bibby a lot more.
Going to the foyer has me stumble upon the familiar butler once more, who raises a brow at my presence.
And where are you off to in a hurry, Miss McCulloch? The foreman is looking for you.
The Bratwurst wants us off the clock. He's dismissing us early because of... Oh, I don't know. He just wants us out of here.
I'll go and call a cab for you then. It would be for the best that you leave when he asks you to.
I don't doubt it. My ride back to the city doesn't take too long to get here. Granted, there were some difficulties at first because the driver didn't know where the Ermengarde mansion is. He tried to have us hand over GPS coordinates from our smartphones or some other technobabble I didn't care about, and the butler didn't understand. But as soon as we told him it's that haunted mansion over in Anselm Village, he knew just the place. And finally headed over, albeit with some hesitation. Oh, that's another thing. She's like 30, but she thinks that millennials are like pieces of shit who can't do anything and who are big whiny pissy crybabies. But she also loves anime and Dungeons of Dragons and karaoke. Like, okay, sure. Little fucking wannabe boomer. All the way back to the city, the driver keeps complaining about that place, giving him the willies. It gives me the willies too. I would have... Wait. It give me willies too. I would have loved to snap at him. Maybe they meant gave. But as soon as the thought occurs to me, another blossoms in the forefront of my mind. Once... What? Fuck. Why can't I read? I mean, listen, I know that I'm sleep deprived, but I feel like every time I boot up a visual novel, I have two tongues. And neither of them can get anything done. When that is, I'd love to hang out more, but it's time for bed. No worries, Pumpkin. I started this stream schedule knowing full well that absolutely every single person I know was gonna be like, hey, I can't watch this. And I'm just rolling with it. I was like, neon, horror, and you know what? It's just be what it be. I'm exhausted, but I gotta fix my sleep schedule, so. You have a good sleep. I'm glad you didn't have to see anything too traumatizing, because this game is something else. It is something else. But it's pretty good as far as a visual novel goes. But it's also kind of expensive. It's like $20. So, I'm not gonna say you gotta get it. But, if you've liked what you've seen so far, you'll probably like the rest of it. No. Have a good night. Sleep well. Don't dream of fucking... I don't even know what you've seen so far. Bad voice acting? Pretty much just bad voice acting. You've avoided the worst of it. But good night, pumpkin. God, I wish I was going to bed. I only have to stay up for like another 4 hours. It's not that bad. It's not that bad. I'll be fine. I'll be fine. It's worth it to get my sleep schedule back on track. You know, before I ruin it again a week later. Either my mom just got up or the cats did something violent. I'm not gonna worry about it. There's been no Lorraine whispering over my ears today. Worse, I find myself searching for it. Searching for her. That's her doing something. Loose ends. Fucking bloody loose ends everywhere. Thought I've already moved past this years ago, and it does nothing to help me curb my frustration. If anything, it only ensures that I want a stiff drink. And where else do I go to drink? Tuesdays are for karaoke, and Wednesdays, improv. Usually, it's these 4 guys who did hilarious games? But with Irish drinking songs, are always a crowd favorite. Though I love a good laugh, stand-up comedy isn't my thing, and without Cam or Haruna or any other distractions, I end up drinking a lot more this time. And when there's several bottles of beer in me, I get really, really embarrassing.
Hey! G! Psst! G, come over here. I need you for something.
The good thing that the bartender is a nice fellow. I'd probably have been kicked out of other places by now, or worse. If push comes to shove, all he would do is give me an easy smile and a shake of his head, even when he's attending to other customers, just like now.
Give me a moment, will ya? I gotta go check on her.
It's literally the same voice actor as the police chief. And it's the same voice, too. Oh no, not this. He's some Asian guy, really? That's what you're going with? I'm pretty sure I've seen him here before a couple of times, although he never talks to anyone else except G. The girls used to be all over him too, but he always turned them away.
I'll be here. You go do that before she falls over.
Asian Joe. Why? Why? Why is he the Asian Joe? We didn't call Mr. Right White Joe or like white guy whiskey. Like, what is happening? I can't. This fucking game.
All right. What is it?
Oh, wait a minute. He even looks like the police chief. This is weird.
Do you need someone to help you get home?
Bartender, pour the wine.
I think that's enough alcohol for you, little missy. I'm cutting you off.
A whine comes from the back of my throat as he pulls my bottle away. I have no hope of getting them back once they're behind the counter. Even in my drunken mind, I don't dare hop over it for them. Because what little sense I have left knows I'd sooner take a floor dive than succeed in wrestling a bottle from a sober man. But that doesn't stop me from trying to reach out with my arms like a stupid idiot anyway. He smiles and shakes his head, just like how I know he would, before going back to the other guy.
Right now, where were we? How you holding up, boy?
With no drink and no one to really chat with, I would have gone home, or gone to sleep on the bar right then and there. But I'm not ready to stand up and try to trek back home just yet.
Same old, same old. I'm still on the Luxborn firm case.
Those blokes they talk about being in dark suits, whisking people into the night or some shit and all that. Didn't the media call it some ridiculous name in the morning news?
What is it this time? Wait, don't answer that. They've called it a lot of things. As long as people don't start running around claiming they're the Illuminati. So, what have you got for me this time, G? Anything good?
Slow down there. You haven't even told me what sort of dealing dosh we got. Who are you looking into this time?
Their talk would have interested me, would have kept my attention, if I gave a damn. But in my current state, I can barely give 2 fucks about the things going on around me. All these words are just buzzing, barely surfacing from the sea of sounds that is the pub. And it would have stayed that way, perhaps even drowned, if I didn't hear his name.
Luke Wright. You know the guy. And don't pretend like you don't, G. It takes a special kind of ignorant not to know who he is.
That smug blonde who likes throwing round his money. He was just here a few days ago, as a matter of fact. Great tipper, if you think him just dumping a wad of cash on the counter after having too much whiskey counts as tipping. Why are you asking? He dirty?
You have no idea,
He's
G.
rich, of course he is.
He's probably the worst sort you can imagine.
How? Luke fucking Wright. Fucking whiskey. Even without him around, I'm still hearing about the guy. What the absolute fuck? Just... How do the cats manage to bang on the door even when there's no cats in here? Despite this, I find myself getting up and sauntering over to join them before I pipe up.
Is this smack talk about Luke fucking Wright I'm hearing, eh?
Private conversation here, lady.
There's only amusement on G's face. The Asian guy, he starts to look ticked off as hell.
Don't worry, Holmes. She's clean. And she might be able to help you with your, predicament.
Course. A drunk's just stumbled through here with what I need. Get real, G. No offense, lady, but you're smashed.
I know, right? Nothing beats being drunk after a hard day's work. Especially when you're working for Mr. Luke Wright.
So, she works for the guy? Doesn't that make her, I don't know, suspect?
See, have a little faith in me, why don't ya? I don't have much, and you might as well have something to go off. You're the one who was so desperate to come running to me for business.
Yoo-hoo! Still right here, fellas. 5'11", can't miss me. Unlike Shorty over here. What's with that mad look? You want to dance, boy? You don't look like you can bust a groove. Maybe a leg, but with that fancy coat of yours.
To add insult to injury, I move directly behind him and use the top of his head as an armrest. But then he shakes me off. I plop into the seat right next to him.
Don't try me. You can hardly stay on your feet. We don't want to ruin your fancy coat, do we?
Ah, children, the both of ya.
They do have nice coats.
But you're still standing after all that, are ya? Matt, you see this giantess? She's a legendary regular here. Been treated like there's no tomorrow. I'm a bit jealous. Can't do that anymore or my liver will give out on me. Good with the mic, too. Don't see you much recently, but I guess you're always busy, aren't you? You're some fancy designer or something, if I remember correctly.
Wait, I know you. You were at the open house for the mansion.
Yeah, that's right. Marianne McCulloch. I'm a famous interior designer extraordinaire. Ooh, that rhymes.
That does not rhyme.
Anyway, you
Maybe
guys
it
were
rhymes
talking
in
about that weenie
other
Luke
languages.
Wright, right?
Or something. Can't really talk about it. I don't even know if I can trust you, even if G said you're clean. But anything would be of help.
Well, I don't gossip about my clients, if that's all there is to this.
You wanted to gossip about him a few minutes ago, Marianne.
And that was the beer talking, not Marianne.
You won't mind if we ask the beer a few questions then?
Maybe. Depends on who's asking and what they're asking.
That was actually a really good line. Can we ask the beer a question?
But seriously, that guy is abso-fucking-lutely frustrating. One moment, he's an absolute dickhead. And then he's acting like an actual decent human being the next. I
wouldn't
just
say
can't figure him
decent.
out.
But definitely less horrible.
I can't imagine how that pretty wife of his can put up with him. If I were her, I'd dump his flat arse straight up.
And I'm not just saying that because I think Hannah's pretty or anything. Luke is a catch too. They both are. But I really cannot, for the love of all things holy, see how they even work out together. Neither can I.
So, Luke Wright, have you noticed anything strange about him while you were working with him?
I mean, no. The strangest things that have happened in that house honestly don't have anything to do with him.
Anything peculiar of note?
You're the one being peachy right about now, Holmes. But nah, nothing that comes to mind off the top of my head. He's just like most rich, smarmy arseholes and then some.
A giggle bubbles up and I press my cheek against the cool countertop with my eyes shut tight, just because. Eventually cracking one eye open, just in case they thought I fell asleep, I grin at Holmes.
So, Holmes, I'm guessing you're some private detective or something. Is it Hannah? Did she pay you to look if he's been cheating or some such?
Hannah's the wife, right? What about her? How is she?
Damaged as fuck.
How is she or how is she? Well and good.
Jesus.
Definitely the nicer of the two and sexy as sin to boot.
Oh boy.
Not a private detective then? Are you from one of them tabloids wanting to know if the Luke Wright doesn't know how to put his pants on right?
Judging the voice acting yet again. I mean, to be fair, she's supposed to be drunk here, so like, I can forgive them for not trying that hard. But it is what it is. One thing that really bothers me is that some of the voice actors very obviously sound like they're using completely different like mic setups. Like her audio quality sounds really clean, but then Ashton's audio sounds like muffled and closer. Like it's like her microphone was like right here with like a boom filter, and then his was like right here with like a sock put over the microphone.
Pants. I'd take the pants off of...
Here we go. Slipping. I haven't been this drunk in such a long time. It's a miracle I've been coherent for as long as I have been right now.
I'm asking you if you've noticed any odd behavior from her.
Odd behavior? What? I wonder how she'd be drunk. I can just imagine her like the giggly sort. What do you think?
These are serious questions, Marianne. Lives might just be at stake here.
Poochie, I'm gonna have this thing where I'm gonna stream for like a whole week. And by the end of the week, I have to take a shot for every time you've said that it's Nita Man-Hours. Guy I was flirting with wanted to know my real name, and I was like, ew, I hate my real name. See, if anybody ever does that, you always lie and say you hate it because it's the name of somebody famous. And that way, they can never guess it. Because famous people names are fake. And don't exist.
What do you expect? She's smashed.
Why am I even doing this? This is getting me nowhere, G. She's not a reliable source. The chief, let alone the courts, aren't going to take the word of a drunk.
Well, she's not drunk all the time, you dumbass.
This will be dismissed, and I might be in trouble if they try to argue that I coerced a testimony out of her.
The way this one guy I was talking to thought I was a popular Dragon Quest content creator, you should have just went with it and been like, yeah, you should donate to my Patreon, support my side Patreon. Don't question the fact that the name is different and there's only like 3 followers.
This is a fucking train wreck.
I'm just gonna keep...
You're a fucking train wreck now, if you ask me. Maybe it's about time you apply the brakes and stop for a bit.
A wave of despair that comes over both of them is palpable. If feelings had a taste, it'd be bitterer than the beer I'm full of. Who drinks bitter beer? Like, beer's already disgusting, but you're gonna drink bitter beer? You're not even gonna have, like, a sweet one? Jesus. I mean, that's what it said. That's what it said. And it gets me thinking. Though thinking doesn't get me far with too much shite in my system.
You know that's not an option. Thanks for being patient, McCullough. Good luck with your work on that mansion.
He's just nice to us all of a sudden.
Speaking of that mansion, there's something going on in that place. Something.
The funny thing about that, Poochie, is that beer was actually invented by women and meant as a drink that, like, women and children could drink because of how low the alcohol content was. But then men found out about it and it became a man thing, and now men drink boring beer because they're pussies. They're like, oh, I'm gonna drink a 6-pack of beer. Like, bro, if you had just bought like a thing of vodka and made some mixed drinks, you'd be getting like 3 times more alcohol content out of that, and it would actually taste good.
As och day! No wonder Mr. Right likes it so much. It's as fishy as he is. Rotten bloke.
That's what happens. That's what happens. That's what happens. Men see that women are enjoying something and they're like, this is mine now. Happened with comic books. Happened with arcades and video games. Happened with, like, so much. Like, I'm trying to think of, like, all the, like, prominent things, but sci-fi and Star Trek and fandom stuff, that was all a woman-driven thing until men decided they liked Star Wars.
Maybe that Santos girl is really onto something, eh? Suspicious shite, I'm telling ya. Explains why she's so reluctant.
What do you mean that Santos girl is onto something?
Before I get another word out, there's hands on my shoulders and everything starts to spin. I quickly slap his hands away, the best I can, and send him the foulest look I can muster.
Take your hands off me, pipsqueak. I'm not a lady who's shaken or stirred unless you want me up chucking on your pretty hair.
Honestly, Poochie, if that had been the plot to the new Star Wars movies, then there wouldn't be more than one movie. They would have just seen that ugly little white boy with a lightsaber and they would have been like, let's just not. And everything would have been fine. 2 different character portraits at once? Wait, what's wrong with that?
But it's just like I said. Are you sure you aren't brain damaged or deaf?
She's talking to... How is that ghetto? I absolutely despise it when there's only one character on the screen at a time, when there's clearly like 7 people in a conversation.
Santos girl from VRC showed us this creepy letter. You know, just like those spam stuff you get in your emails.
They're 2 different characters! Wait, where are the 2 Mariannes? I missed it. Girl, I'm not even paying attention to that. Are they? Fucking same face syndrome. I'm so confused. Where's the other Marianne? Where is she? Did I miss it? Or, oh my god, are you talking about this guy? This is not Marianne. This is not Marianne. Yeah, that's not Marianne. This is Marianne. This is not Marianne. It's funny because, like, if I weren't paying attention to this entire game, I would totally think these are the same character. But she is wearing a blue scarf and he's wearing a red shirt. You're fucking hilarious. I was like, where's this other Marianne? And you're just like, 2? Jesus. Need to write a letter to these bitches. Yeah. Don't worry, Poochie. I've got a whole review planned for this fucking thing.
We thought it was some joke, or that the girl was just a bit too green to handle a big sale like that.
Them in their generically written drunk scenario. Yeah, it's a little bit silly, ain't it?
You should have seen the look on their faces when they saw it. Whiskey? That's Luke fucking right, you get me? And the missus didn't look too happy either.
It doesn't help that this fucking character is some little self-insert waifu bitch.
I should have taken a picture and posted it everywhere. When rich snobs give you that face, no wonder the Santos girl went all mental on us. Working with them does that, you know? I think I'm about to. I'm not mental yet, am I? Anyway, just like I said, in that Hey, you okay? Holmes? You're looking a bit shaky yourself there.
And he really is pale. Paler than before, at least. I can see the gears turning in his head on overtime. Suddenly, he shoves a card in my hand. On it, his name, Ashton Frey, and his number. I don't know why I read the lines like that. But he has second thoughts as he grabs it from me and slips it into my pocket.
You're cute, pretty boy. But I prefer blondies.
Well, you're not exactly my type either, lady. But listen to me. If something comes up, don't do anything rash.
I honestly cannot fucking tell if Ashton is gay or not. Like, at first I thought, oh, he clearly wants to fuck Isabella. But, like, he literally, his personality has two fucking modes. I'm trying to do my job and I'm annoyed right now. And that is literally it. Like, every time he talks about caring about somebody else, I'm like, okay, he clearly wants to fuck this person. But honestly, I think he might just... I think he might just not care. Like, I think this game is playing with me. They're like, no, we've got a lesbian. We've got a cheating straight man. We've got a straight lady. That's all you need. We've got the pink-haired anime bitch who can't get in the guy's pants that she's obsessed with. That's all you need.
If you think you're in danger or if you see anything suspicious, call me and the authorities as soon as possible.
A lesbian. Yeah. Poochie, were you there when Marianne had the weird, like, fetish body horror sex dream?
You understand me? That's 99...
I know what the damn emergency number is.
Right, 999. Good. Anyway, I have to run.
Oh
See
my
you,
god,
Jim.
it was... So, the ghost girl, what she does is she comes to... I mean, she does a bunch of stuff to everybody, but she always does something psychological to them that, like, really, like, is deep in on their personal fears and traumas. And so what she did for Miss Marianne here is she gave her some dream where her dead ex-lover and Hannah, both of their heads were attached to the same naked body of a woman, and they taunted Marianne and told her that she was gross and disgusting and a sinner because Marianne was having horny thoughts about fucking both of them. It was fucked up. It was fucked up. Like, thanks for the lesbian representation, game. This ghost girl don't tear these bitches up already. I mean, I think we're getting there. The guy is quick on his feet, already up and at him, and as soon as the numbers leave his lips. Oh, I can't fucking read. I just cannot. Watching him as he maneuvers through the crowd of other pub goers is enough to tire me out. Fast as he can, he's at the door and throws us a smile, and that's all we get before he's gone. Just like that.
Oi, what about your drink, boy?
So it's funny,
on
the
your tab,
faceless
then.
bartender is actually this bartender right here. But I guess they wanted to not animate anybody's face until he was revealed. Also, he has the same fucking character model as the police chief and the priest, and he has the same voice actor as the priest. Not the priest, the police chief. It's very weird.
Holmes boy always like that, G?
Pretty much. But what about you? I suppose I'll put your drinks on your tab too. Don't want you to spill your wallets when you look like you're close to spilling yourself.
These ones were on a budget. Well, I mean, yeah, but at the same time, they definitely put a lot of their money into the animations. Like, look, the bartender is, like, wiping down a glass right now. And I don't know who any of these voice actors are, so I don't know how much they paid for them, but it's very clear that they put a lot of their money into the art, even if it's not necessarily good. The animation is what they probably spent the money on.
Yeah, and if it's fine by you, I think I'll go take a bit of a cat nap here. Just for a sec or two.
Go right ahead. I'll wake you when I close up shop.
Mumbling of sleepy things, I doze off on the spot, face pressed on the counter. Already I dread the pain I'll have for sleeping in such a position. But when you gotta go, you gotta go. Oh, here it is.
Oh, Marianne! How long have you been standing there, dearie?
Come join us, Marianne. We won't bite. Unless you ask, that is.
Now that I can get much sleep... Not that I can get much sleep to begin with. Not these... Yeah, that was the fetish dream I was talking about. Do people ever have the feeling that they're working on something they really enjoy, but still it eventually tires them out? You mean streaming? Because honestly, I've been feeling like this.
You have certainly exceeded expectations, Marianne. Everything looks so marvelous, and in such a short time, too.
Well, I can't take all the credit. People have certainly been enthusiastic about the idea of working on the right mansion.
About which we just saw again.
There won't be any more problems unless Mr. Wright has any more objections about the second bedroom.
Yeah. Fucking Luke hates children. Like, actually hates them. He's like, no, you can't have a room for kids. Kids are the devil.
Oh, no. We proceed with that room as planned. I already agreed to him having his greenhouse and his vineyard and his stables. He may as well let me have this one thing.
We're only about halfway done, but the honest satisfaction on a client's face is enough for me to push through. Let's face it, in between my exasperation at Mr. Wright's antics and her, I've been burning the candles at both ends. I can't even close my eyes without seeing a dead girl's face. Dead girl. Dead. She's dead. Have to keep myself that. Burying my feelings as deep as they've buried her body. 6 feet under. When I die, I don't want to be buried. Like, do y'all know how bad for the environment and, like, for society it is to have your body buried? The way, like, white people have decided people have to be laid to rest. Like, in, like, 50 years or so, the right mudslide could just raise your body from the fucking ground and cause fucking chaos. And then, guess what? You're not even in the ground anymore. Congratulations. I want to be cremated and, like, I don't know, spread in the forest or something. Please, if I die and you cremate me, please don't put me in a fucking jar. Because listen, whoever's house I end up in is gonna have a cat, and that cat is gonna knock me over, and I'm gonna haunt your ass. Just saying. There should be no need to bother myself with the dead when I should be bothering myself with the living. Too bad the living are usually as complicated, if not more, than ghosts of the past.
But don't you have a party?
Yes. But Luke's just being a sweetie, you see. That friend he's visiting, he's having marital problems and he's just trying to cheer him up.
It's even more complicated when the living in question is a pair of rich and famous socialites way past their honeymoon phase. Yeah, the titties that just fucking flap around the fucking... It's something, I fucking tell ya. And I've somehow been roped into being a relationship counselor.
They've been married for a long time and they've hit a... How do they say it? A rough patch.
He's beating her.
His wife has a drinking problem and can be very neglectful. The poor thing really does his best to be a good husband.
Start a TV show? Wait, what?
But it's never enough for her. Sometimes I think it's the years. Maybe it's been so long that they've lost that romantic spark.
God, it was already pretty obvious when we were playing as Hannah that she was talking about her own relationship, but when we're playing as Marianne, this is like painfully obvious. Oh, you meant like watch a TV show. I thought you meant like make a TV show, and I was like, where did this come from?
What do you think?
That's not the JRPG classic that you talked about.
If I'm going to be completely honest, I need to ask. This is about you and Mr. Wright, isn't it?
Suppose it is. What would you tell me?
That you guys need to get a divorce.
Then, I tell you it's none of my business. I tell you that I don't want to meddle.
That's my problem with stories, Poochie. I'm like, what kind of medium does this need to be in? Like, does it need interactivity? Should it have visuals? Does it need audio?
But if the troubled husband with the neglectful wife asked me for my honest opinion, I'd say that he shouldn't base his happiness and his self-worth on someone else.
If that's the case, why do people get married? Like, just date until you die.
Maybe he should try being independent for a while. See what it's like when he isn't trying to please someone else and doing things for himself. Everyone's supposed to be their own man or woman, right? A bit of breathing room never hurt anyone.
This bitch says this as if she's ever, like, actually dated anybody ever.
We shouldn't let our fear control our lives.
Why she thinks a single woman like me would be the best source of relationship advice is beyond me. At least she acknowledges that she's, like, a terrible person to go to for advice. Still, I talk and answer to the best of my abilities. Without realizing it, I'm already pouring out a part of me that I had thought were long gone. I'd like to believe my words will be of some help to Mrs. Wright. If I'm honest though, there's some help to me, like some weight has been taken off my shoulders.
I really should handle what's left of the work.
You won't be attending the party? Oh, you really must, Marianne.
The weight of what happened to her hasn't left me yet, did it? Maybe.
I'll try to stay in chat. Maybe grab a few bites and a drink, but I can't be around for the entirety of the event. My apologies. Busy, busy, busy.
You must stay a while. I'd love for you to meet some of my friends, and they're ever so excited to meet you. You need to say hello to the Lees, at least. If it wasn't for them, I'd never even heard of you.
Maybe it's about time I change that.
We'll see. So, if Foy can be excused?
Certainly. You'll have to excuse me as well. I must attend to the party before any early birds arrive. Because, believe me, they will throw a fuss if things aren't ready, even when they're not supposed to be here until an hour later.
Though I shouldn't dwell on the dead, I shouldn't just callously forget about them too. Saying that I have work left to do is an easy excuse to make. I know how other people see me. They see someone so obsessed with her craft that she would so easily miss things like a party for it. Outside the parlor, people hurry about here and there in preparation for the Wright's grand housewarming party. Poochie, can you tell me a single time of day that it has not been need a man hours? Can you show me? Can you point to me on the clock where? Because I honestly don't know. I honestly don't know. Also, how are we liking the look today? I did that awful purple with a yellow liner because I knew the purple wouldn't show up, but the orange and the pink was giving me too much like blackface vibes. Points. There. This look is... Oh, I didn't realize it was that bad. Damn. Shit. Am I that ugly? My mirror. It looks way better in person, I promise. I swear it looks better in person. Well, you can kind of see the cracks in person, so... Oh well, better luck next time. I keep looking at the eyes as if they're mouths. Well, they're not mouths. Hold on. I put it on as mascara, and then this is just lines. This is just eyeliner. Would it make you better if my lips were a different color? Also, why is Theta Chat not updating? Thank you. Is it just not going to update when I tab out? Is that just how it's going to be now? Data chat stink. Yeah. Is this gonna be a yeah. There's no. That's really frustrating. So what the new Windows update did is anytime I tab out of a tab, instead of it running in the background, it no longer runs in the background. So I can't have Theta Chat up anymore, so there's no point in even having that. Why is it like that? Which means I have to go into Streamlabs and make sure that the chatbot is on 100% of the time. Also, my throat hurts really bad from talking all day because I also streamed earlier, and I don't know if I'm gonna make it for another 3 fucking hours. 5 fucking hours. What am I talking about? Damn. Well, I can't even have it on 100% of the time because when I swap back to games, it's gonna need to be not 100% of the time. Thinking about getting K-pop CDs or concert Blu-ray. How about you save your money? How about you save your money? How about you save your money and you save up for a better PC? Are you less scared of the eyes now that you know? I can't believe you're scared of them. I feel like a fucking failure. I didn't realize I looked that fucking hideous though. I thought this look was the move. Girl, I have not bought anything in literally months. Girl, if it's scary, that means it's hideous. Yeah, fear-inducing is hideous. Don't even try and clock me on it. Fear-inducing is hideous. Not this fucking kitchen again. Fucking Kalina. We're going to the fucking wine cellar, really? But when is a great task ever simple? Probably never. And this is a great task, isn't it? My greatest one yet that is worthy of being called a quest. I'm not acting as Marianne McCullough, the professional interior designer, when I chose to lie about being too busy for a party. Think about the purgatory starting screen. See, if it reminds you of that, then no, this look is not... This look is hideous. Because that starting screen is 100% hideous. The cats are fucking destroying the goddamn house. I'm Marianne McCullough, a lawful neutral cleric with 9 points in wisdom and 8 in charisma. Her little fucking Dungeons and Dragons thing. Just thinking of it like that makes it a bit cheap. Is my lipstick peeling? You know, they say that you can use this product anywhere, but it just cracks and feels so unnatural on the face, like no matter where you put it. People be making characters and thinking slapping plays D&D makes them interesting. It's not about her being interesting, Poochie. It's about her being waifu material. She's a self-insert by some fucking Asian who has a big boner for whatever the fuck this character is. I might face my worst nightmare, or I might see nothing and find my self-imagined grand quest fall flat. Oh, it's this fucker again. Big boner. The biggest fucking boner. And who would have thought that the gatekeeper to my final quest would be someone I thought would be a valuable ally?
Schnell! Hurry up, you snails! We are on a deadline and you are wasting my time!
The butler comes from the cellar and into the kitchen, tailed by a couple of others. People who I assume are most likely chefs and bartenders. Need a man hours? He raises a brow, seeing me just standing there by the hatch, by the trap door. It almost looked like he's going to throw me out for being in the kitchen without permission. But then he motions for the others to disperse and familiarize themselves with their surroundings. Meanwhile, he continues to stand there, preventing entry into the darkness beyond.
What are you doing here, Fraulein? This is not the place for guests or in an architect right now. I request you leave.
I was just looking around for any last-minute things, yes?
Yes, you have been doing that a lot. Looking around, snooping about. Now is not the time for such things. If you're not careful, people might think you are up to something.
The look he gives me as he says this is almost chilling. If life was a game book, he'd probably be the true neutral warlock guarding the treasure room. God, why do I have to read these lines? A difficult opponent to beat with 9 points in wisdom and 8 in dexterity.
Well, I'm not done yet. I actually need to go into the wine cellar. Just need a quick go at the place. So just don't mind me. I'll be out of your hair soon enough.
Go outside, enjoy the party. Bask in the praise and adulation they will no doubt shower you with when the madam speaks highly of you. Surely you've had enough of this stuffy old kitchen by now. You do not want to cause trouble. Both the bratwurst and Hannah want this to be perfect. It would be a disservice and a disrespect to toe out of line and risk it being anything otherwise. And more importantly, I will be blamed for any failure that happens tonight.
His intervention almost turns me away. Maybe this is a sign I'm not meant to seek Lorraine out, but...
Please, I just lost something the last time I was down there. It's really important.
Her mind.
15 minutes. 9, 10 minutes. Any longer and I'll pull you out of there myself. The bratwurst will be furious if he thinks anyone is touching his precious wine without his permission.
How do we move all this stuff in by like a day?
Thank you. This seriously means a lot.
He steps aside begrudgingly. At this point, it looks like there's no turning back. The cellar greets me ominously as I descend. The space feels smaller, with a lot more bottles lining the walls compared to before, and knowing what might be waiting for me here makes things worse. I almost hope, in a morbid and twisted sense, that Lorraine would just be standing there waiting for me. It would be just like her to joke about inappropriate meetings in dark, secluded areas. But just like the broken bottles and wine that was spilled on the ground before, no trace of her can be found.
Lorraine! Where are you, Lorraine? I miss you, you know?
Only silence replies. Funny that when you want to find something, that's the time when you can't. The thought that I wouldn't be able to see Lorraine one last time fills me with such despair. Sure, it was crazy to come here willingly in the first place, but all I'm really looking for is closure. And if I can't see her, the least I can do is offer her a prayer. On the verge of tears, I kneel in the middle of a dark, damp wine cellar and put my hands together in prayer.
May God grant her eternal rest and...
That is when her laughter fills the air. It rings along the walls until it echoes in my head. And like the siren song, it draws me in before it comes to stop upon reaching a dead end.
Ooh, could it be an adventure then? A secret passage? There must be a hidden switch somewhere. Go look! This is the most interesting thing you've done by far.
A secret entrance, although the idea of it in and of itself is insane, only makes this entire endeavor that more perilous. But I need to find a way to open it. Already, I'm running my hands against the wall in order to find some sort of hidden switch. It didn't give when I tried to push it open before, and I doubt that would have changed anytime soon. But if there's a door, there's always a way to open it, hopefully without the need to break it down.
Shame I can't roll for perception checks in real life.
Why is she talking like that? It's such a silly thing to say out loud, though there is no amusement on my face, and I do check, glancing at the mirror from the study.
Though a sanity check would be more fitting right now, wouldn't it?
I mean, how long have I been down here, searching for the switch of a hidden door? In order to go find a dead girl, no less. It isn't only unrealistic, it's insane. At this point, they'll find me clawing at the walls, using my nails to try and see if there are any grooves or scratches I might have missed. I'm surprised I haven't gone past the 10 minutes that was given to me, and that I'm not being hauled out of here. I don't want to bank on the chance that I have more time, although I know it's... ugh. I really shouldn't let these kinds of things bother me too much right now. If I don't continue looking, there's no point in me going down here. Dirt and rocks stick under my fingernails in my search, but there. A section of the wall, about the size of my palm and just as well hidden as the hollow wall is a switch, or a button rather.
Face it, Tigress. You've just hit the jackpot.
The excitement I feel at the discovery finds me pressing it without a second thought. But when a click echoes in the cellar and the hidden door creaks open, I stop. No! First of all, save. It seems so cliche, like a death trap from an old horror movie. It might very well be a dead end down there, hopefully not literally. Though I have no reason to fear for my life, it's hard not to think I'll be any safe if I continue in there. The thought makes a chill run down my spine, yet nothing is as paralyzing as what I hear next. It's distant and alien, and it's enough to make me look, nervous at what I might see there. Oh god. Oh
Lorraine!
god. It's Lorraine.
You're here!
Samantha! I gotta grab my cat. I'm scared. I'm a baby. I'm a big baby. What do you want me to say? Oh, Jesus.
I thought I would never see you again.
Can't even question. Hold on. How in God's name is this possible? Alright, I'm starting Haunting of Bly Manor. Ooh, bitch, I'm excited. I hope it's good. Netflix keeps harassing me to watch the Haunting collection things, and I'm just not for it. And thank you for stopping in. I hope that I'm not too much of a pussy. Seeing her there fills me with such a strange feeling of relief. I had told myself I was ready to move on, yet here I am, ready and willing to just embrace her back again with open arms. Her beautiful blonde hair, her soft lips with skin so fair and swaying hips. She laughs, and the smile she sends my way as she walks over makes my chest feel tight. But her eyes are the most beautiful of all.
I'm so sorry. I must look like a right mess. It's been so long.
I'm here, Em. I'm here now, don't you worry. Come here.
It's everything I have not to tear up at the sight of her. She reaches out and slips her fingers through mine before pulling me away from the tunnel and towards the mirror. A reflection, a grown woman and a teenager barely past her prime, lends a bizarre light to this whole scene.
I can't imagine how you've been so alone all these years. I left you, Lorraine. I didn't mean to, but that's what I did. I don't even know if you can ever forgive me.
Don't cry. Doesn't suit your pretty face. Besides, I don't have to be alone anymore, do I? You're here for me, aren't you? You'll never leave me again, will you?
Yikes. My mouth goes dry as she looks at me. This isn't the plan. This isn't closure. Yet her hand in mine makes me believe that this is real. She's real, and that's all that matters. Nothing else.
Yes, of course. I wouldn't dare leave you.
You swear you won't leave me?
I swear to God, I won't, Lorraine.
Though her smile remains, I can only describe her expression as sad. She walks around until she stands just behind me and wraps her arms around my waist. I nearly crumble with how I'm in her arms once more. When she puts her chin on the crook of my neck and I feel her hot breath on my neck, I'm filled with both joy and grief. The scent of chocolate, almonds, and honey and beer surround me. My first taste of love. The love that I denied. It had been so bittersweet.
God's not the only one you're making promises to, Marianne. Swear it to me. Or, even better, prove it to me.
I'll stay forever with you, Lorraine. I swear it to you. How do I even prove it to you?
Simple.
She presses something in my hand, a large glass shard from a wine bottle, cold and sharp.
Join me.
She's suggesting that I...
Lorraine! That's... How can I?
How can can I even do such a thing?
There's no need to be scared. I'll be here for you until the end, Marianne. Even if you hadn't done the same for me. But that's the only way I can forgive you. The only way we can be together again.
Oh. Well, that's a bad ending. Yikes.
Lorraine.
Well...
Shush now. It'll be over soon. Really soon.
Oh, hello there, ally. Sorry. I got distracted. I've been meaning to win a Poro from you. I'm on a mission, 1 Poro from each streamer, and the day I achieve that, I sell them all and donate it right back to each streamer. I'm not giving away a Poro right now, but someday maybe. There's a moment of doubt as I remember that the devil was once the most beautiful angel in heaven. That I shouldn't be deceived by such beauty. But in my final moments, all of that is soon forgotten. My mouth twitches. I can't muster even the smallest of smiles anymore. But I'll be with Lorraine. Oh. Okay, so maybe it's worth getting the bad endings. Okay, well, hold on. We'll save here, and let's try loading that other one. But before we go down that route, I'm gonna take the second break of the night. Samantha's pretty pissed at me, so I'm gonna swap to the BRB screen. Get up, stretch, have a drink, have a snack, pet your pets for me, and I'll be back soon. I am back. Whew. And I got myself a Dr. Pepper because I'm really running out of this blueberry juice fast. And I don't have very many of them left, and I need at least 2 for tomorrow, and I only have like 3 left, so I'm just gonna have to live with it. So if you're just coming in or you weren't here for that little ending we got, apparently staying in the cellar gets us killed. So we're going in. And we don't have Samantha with us at the moment because she's very, very happy right now. So I have my cute little bunny here. Oh, his feet glow. I didn't even notice that. Well, who knows? Maybe we're supposed to die. No time like the present, eh? I have to hurry, and I turn around when there's a crash. In my haste, I bump into the mirror, making it fall to the ground and shatter into 100 pieces. And shit, I hope that isn't an original piece. I don't think my insurance will be able to cover it. I can probably find an imitation to replace it, and the door slams shut behind me, and I nearly have a heart attack because of it. But when I see a much more visible lever on the side, I calm down and shake my head. On the other side is a passageway, an underground tunnel that has me mystified for a mere moment until I realize what it holds. Cells closed off by heavy iron bars line the sides. A general sense of death and decay lingers heavy, though the years should have taken away most, if not all, of the stench. Of the foul smell of humans and corpses alike being left to rot. The breeze, most likely coming from the other end of the passage that goes through, is to thank for that. If the place had been enclosed like a mausoleum, I imagine the odor would be fouler than it is
Dear
now.
Lord in St. Adelaide, bless these poor souls.
I'm not going to sugarcoat it. The architecture of the time was magnificent. Human rights wasn't exactly a big thing right back then. And if the Ermengarde mansion had a place like this hidden away, who knows what sorts of heinous acts were done down here. There was no time to dwell on it further, though. Not when... Ugh, a ghastly thing, a corpse of a woman leans on the wall. Her arms and limbs, almost every inch of her lithe body, is peppered with wounds and rotting flesh. And it is then that the putrid smell of blood and gore then hits me, making it so that I don't even question how I missed it in the first
How long
place.
has this been here? Oh, that smell. Oh, you're a nasty one, aren't you?
I flinch as the thing twitches. Ugh. And as soon as it opens its eyes and looks at me with a smile, there's nothing on my mind but horror. I break into a run. I imagine this is probably going to be a mini game that I have turned off. I try to keep on running, no matter how much my legs and feet scream at me to stop. I keep going, even when I look back and see nothing of her anymore, because I can still hear her. The scampering of her feet, the words she tries to form from her bloodied mouth, and the painful sounds of bones grinding against each other as she moves closer and closer to me.
How long are these damn tunnels?
There's a split second where I know the thing is right behind me, a strange sensation creeping over my limbs when her presence looms over me. And then suddenly, I can't even do anything before I'm yanked by the hair and pulled back. Still, I struggle up until I'm thrown to the side like some ragdoll. I hit the ground on my side, and the musty smell of old hay that reaches me is my only indication that I'm still alive.
Please don't hurt me!
My body hurts, and I keep my eyes shut tight, afraid of what might happen
What's
next.
wrong, Marianne? Are you really afraid of little old me?
There's a flash of hope. She can help me, save me from that thing. But as I see her smile, the same thing that one has, I know that it isn't Lorraine. I'm a fool to think so in the first place. It never could have been her to begin with. The real Lorraine is dead. She looms over me, backs me further into the cell that I was thrown in.
What are you?
Lorraine turns and shifts into that thing from before. And with that, the same gruesome grin, it takes a step forward towards the cell. Towards me. I barely scramble to my knees when the door to the cell slams shut and it just stands there staring. Shouts for help and ring out in the tunnels, but none of them are coming from me. I'm more paralyzed and shocked by what is happening. My throat tightens at being fooled by the image of Lorraine, at the thought of being trapped down here. So then where?
Help me! Help me! Oh, help me! Are you getting all this on camera, Carl? Yeah, but are you guys sure this is a good idea? We're breaking and entering here. Don't worry, the owners of this place haven't been here in a long time. Look at this thing, though! It has writing in blood like some cheesy 80s horror prop. Wait, I have an idea.
This is very Corpse Party.
Oh man, that's genius!
What kind of butthead would even take this thing seriously? Maybe we can stick this in Rowan's backpack. That's Juarez kid would panic.
Guys? What? Spit it out! Behind you!
There in the corner of the cell, a digital camera comes flickering to life, and a video is played back on the screen. It was hard to even consider paying any attention to it when my life is on the line. When the ghost doesn't move and the teenagers' mocking shouts of "help me" filled the cell, I just had to watch. What I had seen, students judging by the St. Giretti uniform. They were holding... And that thing, the woman, she... Okay, well, I think that's the better ending than our throat getting slashed, so... This is how it begins, or so they say, with a gentle wind drifting through wide-open windows, muffled laughters and footsteps fading behind empty hallways, and the light kiss of the afternoon sun. Soon there will be a call, crossing a threshold into the unknown. Maybe we are off on some great adventure, or diving into another gripping mystery. One can't really tell. For all I know, a hero might even come sweep me off my feet if I'm lucky.
That's not exactly a bad thing when you think about it.
But this is far from one, isn't it? A riveting tale, that is. The mild breeze, the faint murmurs, the warm rays painting every nook and cranny a fiery hue. They're all as real as they can get. As much as I want to write a little tale out of this, I'm far from someone who can. Fleeting fancies, that's what these are. Merely passing thoughts to occupy an idle mind, while waiting for another busy workday to end. Then again, maybe in another life I am one. Who knows? But at present, what I have done and what I've chosen to be, well...
I won't last years here if I find teaching rowdy adolescents a tedious job, will I?
I know that we're safe from scares for a decent while because we've just started up on Rebecca, so we've gone back in time again to, I'm guessing, the same day we started on as Isabella. I just noticed that this lotion is white, but it kind of glows a little bit. But not like the same glow as normal white stuff. It has kind of like the same glow that this purple makeup does, where, I don't know, it's just different. It's weird. Alright. Sorry, my hands are dry from washing my hands so much, so had to put lotion on. Admittedly, the whole affair isn't exactly as grand or exciting as I had imagined as a child. If I weren't so stubborn and too passionate about the whole idea, I probably would have quit a long time ago. But it's always the kids that make it worthwhile, isn't it? As if in agreement, as soon as my pen slides into a neat circle against the papers I'm grading, the final bell rings. Like a dam that is opened, students begin piling out of the hallway soon after. For a short minute, I let the noise fill my ears, let my mind wander to a place far removed from all the hubbub. Solitary moments like this have come few and far between lately. Even my own home hasn't been as quiet as I usually prefer. Though in hindsight, the entire place hasn't been the same either since Isabella moved in next door. And if her fussing over a minor cold last week tells anything, I might as well throw any idea of solitude out the nearest balcony, so long as she lives nearby. At the memory, my eyes automatically shift over the bottle sitting at the edge of my desk. A chuckle escapes from me as I reach for it.
A little ball of energy and enthusiasm. That big baby.
Mother Hen, she calls me, and then says and does the same thing right after. It's not that I'm unused to being the one on the receiving end of other people's worries, or I feel any sort of apprehension over her fretting. If I'm to be completely honest, it's actually amusing how someone can be childlike one minute, then act like a responsible adult the next. But there's a dissonance there, both in her actions and words. Although she may not look like it, may not say anything, may not lose her cheer, one way or another, I know these troubles have weighed down on her lately. Her face says it all. That big numpty? If she thinks I won't notice, she's got another thing coming for her. That's how she's always been. I do understand that part, loud and clear, it's just that I really rather not pass another burden onto her.
Or become one myself.
Aren't I supposed to be the one taking care of them? Though I guess that's simply one of the things people eventually grow away from once you've all started leading different lives. Not completely different, I hope. Somehow that thought makes me feel uneasy. Oh, excuse me. Thankfully, before stranger ideas can take root in my head, a faint buzzing comes from my bag, cutting through the rest of my thoughts. Unknown. For a second, my thumb hovers over the answer button. Even the voice that responds once I do accept the call is wholly unfamiliar.
Hello?
Oh, goodness. Finally, it connects. Hello? Is this Miss Gales? Rebecca Gales?
Yes, speaking. Who is this?
Oh, sorry. Rose Cooper. Briar Realty Corporation.
Briar Realty?
My frown deepens as I straighten from my chair. Something in her tone, despite sounding remarkably friendly and light, doesn't sit quite well with me. The rigid pause that follows doesn't help ease the tension that has suddenly descended either.
Miss Cooper?
Yes. Things are a bit busy on my end. I apologize. I'm not certain if Isabella has mentioned anything before, but we're working together on a property at the moment, and...
The Armengard Mansion, yes. She said something about that earlier. Is there a problem?
This is about Isabella, actually.
She wastes no time relaying everything. The details she provided me are, admittedly, a bit vague, but enough for me to get a gist of what happened. It isn't the bad sort I'm expecting, though still worrying, especially with words panic attack and pale, looking a bit sickly, woven together in one foreboding sentence. But as quickly as it surfaces, I stomp down on the urge to demand answers, right there and then. Now isn't the proper time for useless questions. I'll find out soon enough, regardless. To Miss Cooper's credit, she neither hesitates nor falters all throughout. There's some sort of comfort in knowing Isabella has someone like that to guide her, though not as much as I would have liked. After all, this is Isabella we're talking about. What are the chances that she's just said a bunch of excuses so she won't get sent home? High. Very high. Oh, she is so going to hear it this time.
You were listed as one of her emergency contacts, so I thought it'd be best you know about this.
How is she? Is she doing okay?
I had her take a break for now, but honestly, I'd feel better if someone were to pick her up and take her home for some rest. Anthem's a fair distance from Luxborn. I really don't want her going off on her own. I'd do it myself, but you know how it is today. Big day. People everywhere until the open house ends. I'm really sorry to ask this of you, Miss Gales. I know you're busy.
Oh, no, it's all good. I was just about to leave from work. I hope to leave early today anyway. A few minutes ahead wouldn't hurt. I can be there in a few, 30, 40 minutes tops. Is that all right?
More than fine, Miss Gales, thank you. We're supposed to be here until... Oh, excuse me. One moment, please. Yes, ma'am.
The faint hum of conversation echoes from her end. It sounds as though the place is buzzing with more people than you'll expect from a regular open house. I was skeptical at first. The house is old, not to mention its inconvenient location in Luxburn's outskirts. Who wants to live in a place almost an hour's drive away from the comforts of a city? But from what little I can hear, it appears Isabella has every right to be optimistic about the sale. If I didn't understand why she was so adamant refusing my offer to help before, I think I do now. To some degree.
We'll be resuming the tour soon. Yes,
about that. I really need to get this thing going. Lord knows how I'll salvage the situation here. It shouldn't be anything complicated, but still, clients. They can be difficult when they want to be. Anyway, just look for me when you get here, alright? I shouldn't be too hard to miss.
No problem. Thanks for letting me know about this. Just make sure Isabella stays put, please. Heaven knows how stubborn that girl can be.
Oh, believe me, I know. Don't worry about it. I'll have a few of our staff keep an eye on her for me until you get here.
That's all I'm asking. I appreciate it.
The whole thing ends on a surprisingly pleasant note. If only the same can be said for the news she brought. I allow a brief minute to pass to ease whatever tension had latched itself firmly to my nerves. But no matter how much I wish for it, my mind stubbornly refuses to do so. My hands are unsteady against the papers I pretend to arrange after. Jesus, I'm losing it, aren't I? We are about to hit the 24-hour mark as far as being awake is concerned. Lucid thoughts, every single ounce of we're just gonna skip this line. Something about this whole thing, along with the sudden unease and nagging worry, screams off. Wrong. This isn't the riveting tale I've hoped to step into today. Even on a rush, getting everything in order before leaving takes nearly a good quarter hour. 15 minutes? That's not that long. By the time I make it out of the classroom, the commotion has already died down, dwindling to mere echoes and distant laughters. From the nearby room, melodies of a rehearsing band drift freely into the air, filling the almost empty hallway with their warm, lively tunes. Any other day, I'll stop, bask in the music, and enjoy what little peace it brings. Not today, however. My steps are brisk and sure as I march to Edwards Hall's exit. The sooner I can shake off this niggling feeling. I don't even know what that means. For one reason or another, that single call, of all possible things, has thrown everything off kilter. I'd rather this be over with as quickly as possible. So much that I nearly barrel over a student in my haste, though perhaps it's really the other way around. When I look down, a set of eyes, bright and hopeful, stare back at me. Her arms are wrapped around my waist like a vice? Is that what they... it must mean vice. And at my attention, a grin spreads over her face.
Buenas tardes, Miss Pink!
Hello, Kylie!
They really needed to redo this character's lines. Because they weren't good the first time and they're not good this time.
You know, you aren't supposed to run into people like that.
Sorry, Miss Pink.
She loosens her hold on me, but not a hint of guilt or regret appears on her. If anything, it seems the remark only amused her. A smile appears on my face before I can help it, matching the one of her own.
Just remember not to do it again, all right? You could get hurt.
You sound like my mama when she's scolding Rowan, Miss Pink.
I'm sure your mama only means well. I know she'll be worried sick if one of you were to get hurt. Where's your brother anyway? Aren't you two supposed to be heading home now?
Rowan said he's got some stuff he needs to do before we go. I think he's taking too long. But he promised to buy me jelly babies today. If I keep what he's doing a secret from Mama and Papa.
That's not good.
Any chance you'll tell Miss Pink about it?
She shakes her head, both her hands going to her mouth, as if to keep a precious secret from spilling out.
I made a promise. He said it's for Tio Luke.
Oh, something like a gift?
Like a deal. Tio promised to take him somewhere cool when he's old enough. Rowan's gonna prove he's a grown-up.
Laughter slips free from my lips. The teacher in me wants to give whoever this Tio is a reprimand for bringing about this kind of behavior in children. But if both Suarez kids are so fond of him, there shouldn't be anything to worry about, yes? At any rate, they're nothing but well-behaved, both Kylie and her brother. Rowan, the eldest, may have had an occasional odd streak in and out of our class, but their parents taught them well. I see no reason to cast any suspicion of bad behavior on them.
As long as it isn't anything dangerous, all right?
It's not. Cross my heart. My drawings are a lot prettier than what he's doing anyway. Tio said so. Do you want to see? I drew one earlier at class.
Her voice isn't even consistent. That is not the same voice she used the first time we saw her when we were in Zachary's part of the story.
Is that why you're here?
Not really. I was gonna show it to my friend first. But since it's you, I'm sure she wouldn't mind if you see it before she does.
Oh no. I can't stay right now, Kylie.
Her face falls immediately after the words are out. A small part of me feels responsible for that crestfallen look, but as much as I want to stay a little longer, there's another place I need to be at right now. And frankly, another child to look after. Taking both of her hands, I kneel in front of her and muster the most rueful smile I can give. At her age, I'm quite sure she already understands what I'm about to say before they're even out. But remarkably, she doesn't look away or pout as I'm expecting her to.
I'm sorry. You know what? Rowan has a class with me on Monday around this time. Why don't you drop by again next week? After class? I'll even make sure to wait for you. It's just that I absolutely must leave now. My friend had an accident earlier, and I'm the only one she has here.
What about her mama and papa?
Well, I'm pretty sure the dad's dead, but not quite at this point in the story.
Her family lives really far from here, I'm afraid. Do you remember where Asia is? The southeast part? That's where they are.
Her eyes immediately light up at my question. Just like that, I know I've earned the girl's forgiveness.
Oh, just like Takako.
Who?
My friend. She said she used to live there, only just a little higher than southeast. But she hasn't come home in a long time, so she doesn't remember much about it anymore. Melody says it's weird I talked to her, but I think she's just shy.
Okay, new theory, Kylie's actually talking about a ghost. Like the ghost girl.
They could be good friends too! Don't you think so, Miss Pink?
Maybe if you introduce them properly, they will be.
That's what I think. Takako's just lonely. If she makes more friends, she won't be anymore. Is your friend like that too?
A little, possibly. To be honest, sometimes.
I like how we're like,
sometimes
sorry, we can't
with
stay, and we just decided to sit here and chat up this 5-year-old some more. After all, Isabella has always been the kind to hold a smile, even when things have taken a turn for the worse. 5 years, and one will think it's enough to know a person. Oh god. My makeup is pain right now. Oh god, Jesus. Like no easy. Oh god, this stuff is like not transfer proof at all. Transfer proof, huh? I probably took all of it off too. All my makeup. So unfortunate. It took a decent amount of it off, but some of it got into my eyes, and it just I had to rub my eye. Well, hopefully it's not too noticeable for you guys, but that's definitely another thing to note in my review of the product. I gotta record that tomorrow. But anyway. All these years, I've never, not even once, seen her cry. Not over a trivial matter or even when things are tough.
Okay, you can go to her. I'll just show you my drawing next time.
Everything's falling apart.
Thank you. Remind me to buy you a huge glass of parfait, all right?
I don't know what a glass of parfait is.
No, I'll get a stomachache. Takako says so.
Okay, maybe Takako wasn't the ghost girl, because I feel like a ghost girl from the 14th century would not know anything about parfaits.
A small one is okay.
I'll remember that. Say hi to your friend for me.
I will. I'm sure she'd love to meet you too. See you, Miss Pink.
I'll see you later, Kylie.
London Bridge is falling down, falling down.
She doesn't look back or wait for any sort of goodbye from me. With a song and an extra spring in her steps, she bounced across the corridor with as much spirit only a child her age can have. As if the conversation has never taken any downhill turn for her at all. As if there isn't a single thing to worry about in the world. Not long after, she disappears behind a door, leaving behind strains of an old familiar rhyme lingering in the air. Carefree, unbidden, excuse me. Untroubled moments like this, I envy her. And as I resume my hurried pace, a tiny whisper at the back of my mind wishes the same can be said for myself and my own worries. Luxburn might be a small city, but it's no stranger to hellish rush hour traffic. But surprisingly, getting out of the city today proves more of a breeze than a hassle. A relief, considering how none of my calls to Isabella have made it through. Either reception's really bad over there, or she's ignoring them on purpose. Both does nothing to ease the disquiet in me. The rest of my drive passes without much incident as soon as I'm out of the busy streets. In less than 30 minutes, the mansion looms ahead of me. For all the fuss Isabella made about the house, it remains a thing of beauty. I don't remember her actually coming to the house on this day. Unlike Luxburn, the estate in the nearby Anselm village stands as its complete opposite. Living and breathing the songs of the old, whispers of a once booming haven lingering in the air. Contemporary conveniences aside, it's a place I'm glad modernism hasn't wholly touched.
It's just a shame the locals know more of the silly hearsay than the history itself. If I could only knock some sense into these people!
Sadly, complaining is all I can afford to do. As much as I want to give them a piece of my mind, it isn't why I'm here. I don't think these rich types will appreciate getting a lecture from me either. I have as much business with them as they have with me. With a heavy sigh, I give myself one last second to take in the scenery before heading up the main entrance. Most of the guests are already heading out, though some still linger. It's mainly just to take photos of the house's facade or its various rooms. I pause for a moment, scanning the small crowd gathered at the foyer, looking for any sign of a familiar ponytail among the sea of hats and heads.
No sign of her.
Maybe she did appear, like, right at the end when we were leaving with Ash. That's the only thing I could think of. No sign of the other staff or Miss Cooper either. I can certainly look for Isabella on my own, but in a place this big, I'd be lucky if I didn't end up losing, not even in the sentence, end up lost or find her before we need to meet with Zachary and Ash tonight. Sighing, I reach for my mobile and redial her number, the gesture familiar now after so many attempts earlier. If she doesn't answer, I can still try contacting Miss Cooper. I just hope the network reception will cooperate this time. This side of the country has never been popular with the tech savvy after all. My relief, it only took 3 unsuccessful tries. And the 4th one, right as it's about to switch to another intercept message, the line finally rings. Silence follows while I wait for it to pick up, and the ringing going far too long for my tastes. By now, most of the visitors have already cleared out, and all I have for company are the faint murmurs and an eerie calmness left in their wake. A sudden hush settles and gives way to noises louder than they're ever meant to be. Doors creaking and slamming shut in some distant part of the mansion, floorboards groaning under the sheer weight of the house's history. In the now empty hall, they all reverberate with special clarity against the walls. Like this, those old stories seem to almost have a ring of truth to it. I don't get to stray far into that ugly line of thought, however. Not a second later, a click sounds from the other end.
Hello? Isabella?
Ugh.
Miss Cooper called earlier and... Isabella? Belle? Are you alright?
Ugh, without any warning, the call gets cut off. Busy notes blare sharply against the heavy silence, but above the noise cutting through the mute air remains the faint cries of a woman from beyond the foyer. My hand falls to my side as I cast a wary look around, waiting for someone to come running. Surely I can't be the only one hearing this. There must still be some staff hanging around, checking things out, but no one does. Not even when her sobs turn more frantic and anguished.
Excuse me? Hello?
Why is Rebecca getting cursed when she hasn't seen the letter yet?
Isabella? Isabella? Is that you?
No answer. Growing anxious, I amble where the cries come from, each step slow and cautious, towards the door on the other end of the room. While I'm far from someone who readily gives into fear or stories lacking factual basis, the vague restless feeling I have earlier immediately returns to me. And despite myself, my heart begins to race and my breathing quickens.
Belle, it's me. Miss Cooper called. Is everything okay?
Abruptly, all of it stops. My whole body tenses. Thank you for the follow, Kryptoni. Kryptoni? Kryptoni? Ears straining for any other sound yet to come from the other side. But nothing follows. Instead, the quiet only lends itself to the heavy tension in the air, as if every small movement will disturb the fragile stillness hanging in the room. I wait for another second. Then, with a caution, I reach for the knob. My fingers barely graze the brass handles when a hand falls on my shoulder.
Excuse me. Oh, I am so sorry. I didn't mean to startle you.
No, it's a...
Still reeling, my gaze shifts back to the door, as if any second now, the cries will start again, or whoever is inside will burst out of the room. But I don't get to dwell on those. The woman's worried voice breaks through the haze in my mind again, oddly soothing in the thick of my unease. Even if the concerned look comes from a total stranger, finally being in the company of someone else is somehow comforting.
Ma'am? Are you okay?
Oh, no, I'm fine. This is probably just some cold.
Hey, SB! Did you pick a name for Twitch? I feel like it was a different color last time you were here. Also, I noticed that you Prime subbed. Oh my gosh! And 100 biddies! Thank you! You were just showering me with all of the good things today. But you always do. I don't have my... Well, I mean, I have a cat in the room, but she's not cooperating, so I'm squeezing onto this stuffed rabbit like a toddler instead. But, how are you doing this fine time zone? My throat kind of hurts, but, honestly, I think the soda's helping. I've just been talking too much today, honestly, without my humidifier on. It's been getting really dry and cold. I love the cold, but the dry part I could really do without.
Do you need to sit down?
No need. I'm actually looking for a friend.
Just hanging out? Yeah, I feel like you can't really ask people what's going on anymore because, you know, it's 2020. Most people aren't doing much of anything. They're not going anywhere. It's just the same old on the internet, doing whatever. But hey, it's better than having a bad time, right? Better to have a boring night in where you don't really do anything different than a bad time. Oh my goodness! SB! Thank you for the 20 T-Fuel! God damn! Man, I've got a lot of T-Fuel the past few days. I'm gonna have to start hashing that stuff to some other streamers. I've given a bunch to Thomasina, but I always give a bunch to Thomasina. I gotta give it to the other people that I follow. I'm really bad at watching streams. Especially I feel like lately I haven't really been watching many streams at all. I was even talking with Pumpkin Days, a game developer, earlier. I was like, I have not caught any of your streams this week. But the game is getting more graphic with its scares, and I'm about to freaking lose it. Hang on to it. Well, what I've been doing is I've been trying to keep a like about 1,000-ish at a time. That way, whenever I do get affiliate, I can cash out a decent amount of it. So I try and share as much as I get anytime I go over 1,000. Or, you know, use it to sub. I think a sub is like roughly 400 or 500 D fuel or something around there. I'm not quite sure. Oh, I wave the mobile in front of her. Like the gesture alone explains everything. Vaguely, I note the tight grip on it and quickly slip it into my pocket before she notices. She doesn't need to know.
Well, I'm not really sure if your friend would still be here. We're actually about to close the open house in a few minutes, ma'am.
No worries. She's not a guest here. She works for Briar Realty. Miss Cooper called me earlier. In fact, I'm also looking for her.
How do you not recognize her voice? I know people's voices sound a little bit weird over the phone, but come on now. Recognition flashes in her eyes, and her worried expression dissolves into a smile at once. It's all I need to know that I don't have to look elsewhere or venture deeper into the mansion on my own. In some way, I'm not too keen on the latter right now.
Oh, Miss Rebecca Gales, is it?
Yes. Sorry if I'm a bit late.
It's not a problem. I was busy with the open house and a few clients anyway. It's actually a good thing you came when you did. Let's see. Isabella should be here somewhere. I told her to stay put earlier. That girl never listened.
Rose? Rosie? May I have a minute? There's just this one little thing before we go.
Miss Cooper's head immediately snaps up at the voice. In a blink, a different kind of smile spreads on her face. A smile still, friendly even, but the kind given mainly for the sake of pleasing other people rather than making friends.
Yes, ma'am. I'll be there in a few.
It's an impressive thing, to say the least. The level of professionalism. I suppose working years in this kind of business trained you enough to be able to pull that off without batting an eye. It certainly didn't seem to have rubbed off on Isabella, though.
Sorry, could you give me a second? I have to take care of this.
Don't worry about it. I understand. I can wait a few more minutes. Clients, right?
You won't hear anything from me. Priorities, you know? But if you want, you can stay at the parlor in the meantime. I think we have a few refreshments left.
No, thank you. I'm going out with a few friends after this. Isabella's supposed to join us too. But that depends on how she's doing, of course.
All right, this won't be long, I promise.
She throws me an apologetic look before sauntering over to the small group gathered at the entrance. A couple or siblings? Yikes. And another woman, probably their secretary. Either way, they look no different from the other guests. All three of them primly dressed, albeit in a manner significantly simpler than the others, no frills or extravagance of any form. But their gestures and movements alone speak volumes of their ingrained lifestyle. In their presence, I do what I can to appear inconspicuous on my side of the foyer. Maybe accepting Miss Cooper's offer would have been a much better choice than standing around awkwardly gaping at them. All while also attempting my best not to listen in on their conversation. Although that one proves more difficult with how enthusiastic the blonde woman is. Her voice easily echoes through the walls with only the five of us here. Pretty soon I find myself being drawn into their talk without meaning to.
Tomorrow? First thing in the morning?
First thing in the morning, ma'am.
The mundane talk isn't what catches my attention, however.
Very well. We'll have our lawyers prepare everything as soon as possible. Let's make this whole thing easier for everyone, shall we? Just let me know if there's anything you need from me. You know how to contact me, yes?
Got your mobile number saved here already.
Good. It's just a matter of time then.
It's a brief moment, a fleeting shift of my
Monday
eye.
for us, Marianne.
As long as you're positive, we won't be having any problems by that time. You can count on my team.
You worry too much. Let me handle those things. Do be thrilled, though. I imagine it's not every day you get projects like this,
And the instant I turn my gaze on him, I see it.
Oh, I'm certain Mint's ecstatic, Buttercup.
Ugh.
Aren't you, Marianne? You know, we could all celebrate this with a few drinks.
Why don't we?
What a fucking scumbag.
In fact, there's this really excellent Irish pub I visited a few days ago.
Looming, hovering over his shoulders, drawn to him like a moth to a flame, a dark blur, no, a shadow.
I think I'll pass on that, sir. I have more important matters to attend to.
You heard her, love. She's busy.
What a shame. You never let me do anything fun.
As I try to make sense of it, a heavy feeling descends over my whole body. It happens without warning, forcing me to close my eyes. The sensation creeps to every part of me, crawling under my skin and draining me little by little of any strength. Before I know it, my hand is gripping the nearby door for support. The sudden nausea drowns out their voices and what little sound there is, all except for the whispers and laughters, judging, mocking, taunting, muffled and audible words bearing down on me like a death sentence. They wrap around my neck and limbs, birds? That's not what that says. Binds tightening with every syllable, every utterance. And with each draw of breath I take, they drag me down slowly, almost painfully, into a bottomless abyss, on and on and on, till the sound turns into mere distant echoes, until suddenly it shatters.
What are we waiting for? Are we done here?
I don't understand why Becca is experiencing the curse so strongly when she literally has not seen the letter yet. Because it doesn't happen to everyone who enters the mansion. His voice rips through the fog like a sharp blade and my eyes snap open. When I look to them again, it's gone.
You can head back to the car first if you want, Luke. I hope that settles everything, Rose. I don't know what Isabel's problem is, but please make sure she doesn't hurt herself. Anyway, we're looking forward to seeing you tomorrow.
Likewise, ma'am.
No shadows or dark clouds. Only amicable smiles and cordial handshakes, the usual pleasantries, as Miss Cooper leads them out of the mansion like a graceful host. None of the group seems to have noticed it, and even as I force my breathing to calm down, keep my eyes trained on their backs, and wait for something to happen, it doesn't come back. She returns a moment later. Gently, she closes the great doors behind her. There's a smile on her lips and an extra skip in her step when she walks back to me. Whatever she was discussing with the group had put her in a good mood. Even she appears to not have observed anything odd. Was I just seeing things?
Glad that was over. It's been a long day. I thought for sure we were going to... hey, are you sure you're doing okay? You look a bit green.
It's all good. I'm actually still recovering from a cold. Weather's been crazy lately.
That must be it. The weather, this stupid cold, and the friendly warnings I'm too stubborn to listen to. As much as I hate to admit it, Isabella's right. I was, and still am, a little feverish when she visited me at school this morning. The medicine helped, of course, but only some. Although it's not like I can't function. It did get better after lunch, and I was able to go through my schedule like the usual. Now I'm not so sure. However, I can't keep acting like I've seen some sort of apparition when it's anything but. I simply must have listened too many times to Isabella last week. My fever-muddled mind has started to confuse things. If this doesn't let up, I just need another visit to my doctor. Plain and simple. Though I do hope it won't get worse. We did promise to watch Zachary's film together.
I know what you mean. I've been complaining to Isabel. It doesn't seem to affect her much, though. Must be because she grew up in the tropics. Anyway, shall we? She's probably hanging out with the rest of the catering staff.
Or she left.
Oh, I wouldn't be surprised she's there. She eats like 10 hungry men when she isn't feeling well. Lead the way.
With a small nod, she gestures for me to follow. I do so without much thought, finally putting everything in the back of my mind. The entire visit took a whole 24 minutes, and my trip to the mansion, as it turns out, is a useless endeavor in itself. Isabella's no longer there, left shortly before I arrived. Or at least, that's what the few staff who saw her assumed. God, why can I not get comfortable in this chair? None of them knew where she went, but I can take a few guesses. There are only a number of places in Luxburn she frequents, and, well, she's never been the complex kind. It doesn't take a complete genius to figure it out. Still, it's odd she left on her own. She could have at least waited for Ms. Cooper. It would have saved her having to pay the cab's fare twice today.
And right after she was told to stay put! I mean, who does that? Oh, sod off! You don't own the road!
In the end, all Miss Cooper could give me were a string of apologies for my trouble and a request to let her know when I find Isabel. The whole affair didn't even last long. I probably spent more time traveling back and forth. Soon enough, I'm weaving my way back to downtown Luxburn, worried sick, and on top of that, maybe a little annoyed. Whether at the unexpected turn of events or at Isabella herself, I'd rather not think about for now. Now, when I'm already running late for Zachary's film. Besides, I'm perfectly sure that's where I'll find her. As one would expect, people are already gathered at the movie house when I get to it. The small avenue where it's located has been closed off early from any passing traffic to make way for the avid moviegoers who are sure to crowd the venue. I have to park almost a street away and walk the remaining distance because of it. Looking for them has taken a while in a crowd this big. There's like 5 people on the street. But eventually I spot them near the entrance. Thanks to Zachary, mostly. Oh great, we're gonna do the whole, oh he's a big scary black man thing again. And like I've surmised, Isabella's with them.
I knew it.
Wasting no time, I march over to the little group. Words filled with concern tumble out of my mouth before I can stop myself.
Isabella! Oh, thank goodness! Becca, you're just in time.
An odd expression crosses her face as I hold it with both hands, but I ignore it in favor of getting a good look at her, forcing her to keep still and fix her gaze at me.
Becca, you're squishing my face. How are you? Are you all right? Why wouldn't I be?
There doesn't seem to be any visible injury, nor does she appear to be in pain. Apart from her confused frown at my questions, she looks pretty much like how she would any other day. Even so, you can't really tell those things with her at first glance. The last time she got sick, she never bothered to call anyone, even me, who lives right next door. If I hadn't checked on her then, she probably would have died on her bed with the rest of us none the wiser. One thing we laugh about now, but moments like those also teaches you something about a person. If anything, it's given me more reason to constantly worry about her. And the moment a familiar name comes up, I know my concerns right now aren't completely baseless.
Rose called me earlier.
Her expression swiftly changes, and gently as she can, Isabella pushes my hands away. Yet even before she says anything, I already have a hunch how this whole thing will play out.
Oh, no, everything's good. Rose covered for me at work today. That's not what I'm talking about. How's your head?
Then and there, the whole conversation goes down as I've imagined. She dodges my hand when I reach for the back of her head, intending to check her said injury myself. Even makes a show of hiding behind Zachary just to avoid me. Instantly, what's supposed to be a simple inquiry dissolves into a shameless game of tag. Shouting and chasing, like none of us can be bothered to act like full-grown adults we're all supposed to be. Including Ashton. I won't put it past Isabella, but Ash, out of everyone? In fact, if that stupid smirk on his face tells me anything, he finds this whole mess amusing. Oh, for the love of...
Isabella, this isn't a laughing matter.
She did look pale when I saw her.
Wow, thanks a lot, Ashton, you traitor. I'll get you back for this, just you wait.
What? I'm just saying it as it is. If you mentioned this earlier, we wouldn't be having this conversation right now.
There's a moment's pause. My hand still midair as my attention shifts to Ashton and the words he leaves hanging between the four of us. He doesn't meet my eye. I don't think he's even aware of what he said. But the meaning in each syllable... Wait, what? Girl, what are you even talking about? And they echo. They sting. They burn.
I'm sorry. Saw her?
Yeah, they arrived together. Bella looked fine to me then. I don't know.
Ay. I forget that Becca's like hyper jealous and thinks that any time Ashton even looks at Isabella that clearly something's going on even when nothing's happening. Of course. Of course. Why else would Isabella leave on her own after being told to stay put? After that little chat about money this morning? Something so close to silence falls over when I mull over the words. Both what's already been said and what's left unspoken. When I do find my voice, it only reeks with nothing but bitter, unpleasant thoughts. Thoughts I quickly stamp out before they surface. Thoughts I hide the best I can in the deepest parts of my mind, locking it away for no one to see.
Oh, that's good. At least she didn't have to travel alone, right? At least. Good.
Like, why does she have to be jealous? Like, I have not seen, even once, Isabella try to make a move on Ashton. So, like, why is she jealous? Why is she jealous? Like, just take what you want, okay? Isabella's not in the way, even a little bit. Excuse me. Oh my god, I keep burping, it's awful. Yet try as I might, the green-eyed monster easily rears its ugly head. Like it always does, every time his gaze lingers a second longer. Every time he smiles in a manner far too gentle, far too sincere, whenever he thinks no one can see. Every time my mind suggests his words mean more than they should. Every small little thing. Despite what he says, despite his tone.
Look, you guys.
For all I know, it may just be the same kind of fondness born from friendship. Maybe I'm simply overthinking like he often tells me, or maybe there really is something there. But in a short display of impatience, I know the whole of it is just for show. After all, growing up together with him didn't teach me nothing about him? I don't understand that sentence. For whose sake it is this time though? For him? For Zachary? For her? Or for me? That I can't tell.
If she says she's okay, then there's nothing we can do about it. It's not like we can stop her either. Besides, she's still acting like the same old Isabella to me, if she can still run around like that.
Why are you taking her side?
I'm not. But if she wants to watch Zach's movie with us, I'm not going to stop her. She's probably the one looking forward to it the most.
Ash, that's... You, of all people, should know...
Tell you what, if I notice something amiss with her, I'll take her to the nearest hospital myself. Is that good enough for you?
My mouth opens and snaps shut almost as quickly, forming a thin, hard line instead. I can't respond. Not because there's nothing to say. On the contrary, there's plenty. So many things I can use to reason and get him to agree. Because he speaks with so much certainty, with so much reassurance, it feels like there isn't even a choice. All I can give is a long, deep breath and a reluctant nod in the face of it. Before I can get a grip of myself and my own weakness, the mood immediately shifts and I'm being tackled into a hug.
Thanks, Becca.
It's always been you with him, isn't it?
Did you say something?
Me? Nothing. Don't mind me.
A lie, obviously. What else can it be? Each and every smile, a tiny effort to keep things as they are, or so I tell myself. Little do I know, this is merely a preamble. It starts out quietly and without fanfare, amidst friendly jibes and harmless teasing, with a scrap of paper fluttering harmlessly to the ground. I do have a black light. It's kind of has a little bit of a glare, that kind of bluish light that you're seeing in the corner here, but any further away and it doesn't really work. But hello, Reapers. How are you doing in your time zone at this current point in time? You having a good time so far? I'm kind of starving because I didn't really eat dinner. But I don't really have any snacks. I've got these pita chips, but they are the crunchiest fucking chips. Just listen to me eat one of these bad boys. It's kind of intense. They're so crunchy. It's too much. Tired about taking my son to get his first costume when I wake up. Nice. How are you handling the whole Halloween thing? Well, sun chips are pretty good. Sun chips are nice. I like that they're nice and thin. But these things, oh my god, they're the Stacy's pita chips. I'd never tried them before now, and they're very thick. That one that I just ate was kind of thin, but most of them are really thick. Yeah, the bag is awfully loud. There's definitely no sneaking those in the middle of the night if you're trying to give anybody their sleep and peace and quiet. But how's Halloween gonna work out for you? Me and my mom still don't know what we're gonna do. Like, we don't know if we're just gonna leave a bowl of candy out on the front porch or if we're, you know, gonna do anything at all. Going on base to a family Halloween night. Oh, okay. That's cute. I remember, how long ago was this? This was like 8 years ago. There was a really bad ice storm in Connecticut, and they literally canceled Halloween. They were like, Halloween's canceled, but I still saw kids trick-or-treating on actual Halloween. It was crazy. I was like, there's like 5 feet of snow outside and you're trick-or-treating? But that's just people in the Northeast for you. Crazy. So like, I know people are gonna be trick-or-treating. Also, if you're gonna give out candy, you have to have a purple light outside your house? Huh. See, I would not buy a special light bulb just for a Halloween event, but I actually own a lot of colored light bulbs. Like, I have a bunch of black lights. I have a yellow one somewhere. I have a blue one in this lamp here. And then I've had a couple like rainbow ones where you can change the color, but I keep them on so much that it's crazy. It's actually a law? How long? Where do you live? I mean, you don't have to tell me where you live. Is it the Carolinas? Because I swear, the Carolinas have the craziest fucking laws. Like, you legally can't trick-or-treat if you're over the age of 12. Like, how do they enforce that law? Like, obviously it's a law that's just meant to keep, like, rowdy teenagers from trick-or-treating, but, like, how do they enforce that? How could they possibly enforce that? Crazy. Like, what are you gonna do? You're gonna arrest some, like, 14-year-olds? I don't know. Somewhere in Kentucky? Jesus! Damn! Purple light bulbs are hard to find, too. Like, when I was buying my black lights, I could not find, like, basic, cheap black lights. Like, just a basic, cheap black light bulb for, how many watts is this? I don't even know how many watts this lamp is. But, luckily, I found a couple on Home Depot that weren't too expensive. But Jesus! Some black lights are just, like, way too fucking expensive. For no reason, too. Ugh. Oh, the fucking letter again. Ay, 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 ay. Despite how ludicrous it all is, Isabella stubbornly insists, as if her whole life depends on acknowledging the truth in her story. Does she even realize how absurd she sounds right now? Crivens? I think that's 2 V's. Even my students wouldn't fall for this.
Isabella, aren't you taking this a bit too far?
Halloween being canceled due to the big sick. Wait, so like the black light, like purple lights are a law because of 2020, or like it's just a thing? Just doesn't give me time to regret nor think over my choice of words. From there, it escalates, grows into an argument too petty even for our standards as adults. Before we know it, one after another, harsh, scathing words are being spoken.
It's not a joke! Will you guys listen to me first?
Well, I mean, I don't know what a special light bulb's really gonna do. I mean, where I grew up, if your porch light was on, you had candy. Regardless of what color your porch light was.
I saw something in the house earlier. It stood right in front of me.
We actually have a green light bulb on our porch, both of our porches, now that I think about it. Because where we live in like a really like gung-ho, like America state, and the people who own this house put green lights on, I guess for like, it's supposed to be for like military service or veterans or something, which is funny because my mom is a veteran, but it's just a green light bulb to us. It doesn't really mean anything.
If I hadn't gotten away, that thing might have...
Right. And in broad daylight, Isabella. Even someone gullible would find the logic in that screwed up.
People get... The pencils were the fucking worst. Like, apples, like... Shit, at least you can bake those into like apple pie or something, or like turn them into caramel apples or something, but like... Pencils? What the fuck am I... And like, they weren't even good pencils. They were like the shitty kind where like the graphite was almost like rubbery, and the erasers were more like fucking dried up glue. Oh, they were so bad.
There's also no way in hell that this supernatural shit is true.
But it's real! What do you think I saw?
The dollar... Yes, the dollar store pencils,
Hallucination?
exactly.
A delusion? Didn't you say you fell down some
or
stairs?
pennies,
So
like
maybe
rolls
Rebecca's
of pennies.
right.
It happened after, when I was trying to get away. I almost got stuck in the same room with that thing. We're all in danger. I thought you were my friends. Why don't you believe me?
But someone has to be patient in all of this, and however much my own has already been frayed earlier, there's no one else. Who else can deal with something someone selfishly acting like a kid? Like every other time, it has to be me.
And you know that. But this thing and that thing has got nothing to do with the other.
This scene makes even less sense now that we know that Rebecca was experiencing the effects of the house before she was cursed.
When Rose called earlier, I thought she's just exaggerating. But based on what I'm seeing right now, maybe it's better if we really postpone this for now.
Gay rides! Thank you, Streamlabs. See, I never liked rolls of pennies. Like, just give me $1.
Don't bother.
Just like that, she cuts us off. Slams the door right on our faces while my own temper flares before I can stop it. Although it falters briefly at the hard expression on her. When she snatches the blasted paper from Ashton, I hold on to it. Regardless of how upset she appears, soured expressions and balled fists, throwing a tantrum is simply unacceptable. For a grown woman at that. Words from at the tip of my tongue ready, but before I can open my mouth and let all of it out, her feelings and mistakes be damned, Zachary raises a voice of his own.
Guys!
A warning underneath the warm and hopeful beat of his voice. We all stop and look to him, and even my own anger subsides a little bit at his tone.
Why don't we all calm down first? I'm sure Isabella has her reasons too. No need to be hard on her. And hey, ain't this supposed to be a happy get-together?
I mean, to an outsider, it may sound like a desperate request, but Zachary has always been the one to keep a level head over petty squabbles. This time's no different. He knows what to say, and when he lets it fall, they only ring sharp and true.
We haven't seen each other for months. I'd really love to know what y'all have been up to. I only ever get to talk to Bella over chat. Please.
And as careful as he is with his own tone, it does make me feel ashamed. We're supposed to be here for him, to give what little support we can give, Yet here he is, trying to keep the stubborn people from outright hashing it out in public. The only thing I got was an adult-oriented toy. Oh my god. That's terrifying to even think about. Oh my god. Later, we can and will talk about it, of course. There's a proper time and place for it, and at the moment, my anger and whatever reprimands it carries no longer matter. Beside me, Ashton appears to have already caught on. The lines of his shoulders ease to something much more relaxed, his expression back to his usual nonchalance. Why would your dad tell you what it is? Every time we got home from trick-or-treating, my mom and whoever else adults we were with would go through each of our candy bags and sort through the candy themselves and take out anything that we couldn't have, like Reese's peanut butter cups where the package was deflated, Tootsie Rolls where it looked like someone had unrolled it and rolled it back up again, stuff like that. Stuff like an adult-oriented toy. And they definitely wouldn't have told us about it, my goodness. She stands perfectly still, her hands clasping the straps of her bag like a lifeline, eyes trained at some point near her shoes. There's no anger in her face, only an undeniable hurt. It was an easy way into the birds and the bees, and my mom and dad didn't care. They just said, don't eat it, yeah. I mean, that's one way to get into it, Jesus. Ew. Oh man, what an I mean, that's, I don't know, I feel like that's a, I feel like a holiday other than Valentine's Day should not be your introduction to the birds and the bees, other than like maybe New Year's. I don't know. That would have ruined Halloween for me forever. Oh, Jesus. Well, I mean, I guess the talk worked then. And when she looks up, her answer is also as simple.
If we keep arguing here, we're going to miss the first few minutes.
Her lips are curled up in a smile. Though lacking both its usual brightness and glee, it's a smile nonetheless. I've seen it countless of times. It's the very same one she would show when she knows she has no other choice, or simply when things get tough for her. But despite everything I already know about her, it still catches me off guard. Halloween's my favorite time of the year too. That's why I'm so disappointed that this fucking country could not keep it together for a few months so that we could have a normal Halloween. Man, I went to this Halloween party last year and it was amazing, and I'll never be able to go to anything like that again. Thanks, America. I won't even be surprised. At 26, she is the youngest among the rest of us, less experienced, less accustomed to dealing with trivial quarrels like this. Wait, she's 26? The game froze. Game totally froze. Come on. I know they're still blinking and the animations are still going, but it's frozen. Okay, there we go. Oh my god, I thought she was 20 years old. That looks like a 0 to me. Jesus Christ. In college soon to be a horror director. Oh, okay. Okay. I love horror, but most horror out there doesn't do it for me. Like, jump scares just don't do it for me. They just don't. They just don't. Outside of that, to me, she's always been this childish, naive girl. Why do people infantilize women who are well past their mid-20s? Like, It's one thing to admit that they're, like, not as knowledgeable about the world, but, like, stop. Like, everyone treats Isabella like she's 16, and I don't understand why. When I thought that she was 20, it made sense. I was like, okay, she's basically a child. She can't even drink yet, but no, she's 26! Ugh, the writing in this game is something else. Somehow I find it difficult to wrap my head around it.
Alright, that's the Isabella I know.
Oh, good. I thought for sure you were going to cry.
But I envy her.
What was that for?
Stop calling me a crybaby! I'm not one!
Oh, don't cry.
Stop it!
I envy her spirit. Play Agony, no jump scares, but I promise it will scar you and terrify you. Let me Google this real fast. All reviews mixed. Let's see these images. It's got an interesting color palette. When did this come out? 2018. Agony unrated. Yikes. Old school game, non-linear with a semi-open world, a lot of different paths, endings, exploration possibilities, as well as secrets to uncover. Huh. Oh yikes, the negative reviews are interesting. This one person seems pretty fucking pissed off. The only good thing about this game is the name. I felt agony while playing it. Got stuck like a million times, and sometimes the controls just wouldn't work. I'm not seeing any horror in these reviews. Real review. Cons. Cringy voice acting, that's always a plus. That's not sarcasm either. Product refunded. I don't like that this person said that if you like Outlast, you wouldn't like it. Outlast isn't really a horror game. It's a creepy game. But I definitely wouldn't classify it as, like, in the realm of Silent Hill and Resident Evil. Like, you cannot group Silent Hill, Resident Evil, and Outlast together. They're not even in the same ballpark. not even in the same ballpark, except for maybe a color palette. No reason to play this version unless you are a screamer for censorship. Visuals are blurry, missing uncensored content. Interesting reviews, positive and negative. Very interesting. But for $15, I don't think so. I don't think so. I'm broke. Maybe one day, though. Yeah, I mean, Outlast was a game. It was a game, for sure. But I don't... it's a spooky game. Wouldn't call it a horror game. The game made people very mad and offensive to the senses. I didn't see any reviews that were upset about the content, like the horror content, other than it being removed. But who knows? Her cheer, the shine in her eyes when she looks at the world, how everything seems to simply fall back to a pleasant, lively rhythm with her around. $15, you can pick up a used copy for like $5. That requires going places. I don't remember seeing it on GameStop when I did their pre-owned, like, what was it? It was like 3 for $30 or 4 for $30 that they did a while back. I picked up the Trine Collection, Silent Hill Homecoming, some visual novel, and something else. I don't even remember. Picked up 4 games though. But I don't remember seeing Agony on there, because I saw that it was for PS4 as well. Or at least I think it said PS4. How easily and tightly she fits into our lives. Even without bonds, only long years could forge. Like a lost piece of a puzzle, despite her jagged edges. How she draws people to her with ease. How Ashton, of all people, can be drawn to her.
Okay, scaredy cat then.
That too. If you repeat that, I swear I'll...
Let's just go.
God, she's so fucking jealous. Like, she's not a horrible character, but anytime she's talking about Ashton, she's just awful. Like, I thought you were an adult. Like, if she goes on about, like, how immature Isabella is, but Rebecca's the one acting like a fucking 7th grader. Oh no, that's fine, Reapers. I am being sued by the government because they think that I don't deserve unemployment. So I literally I can't even think about like getting more stuff, because like I might have to like sell a bunch of my games and stuff that I don't already play and use. So, which I mean, I have a crap ton of games that I bought and have yet to pick up. Like I got I got Borderlands 3, Persona 5, Fallout 76. Those are just a few games that I got and have not even opened the cases of since I got them. So I'm just bad at like playing games in general. I'm amazed if I even finish a game on stream. Like, what was it? What was I playing? Plague Tale? Didn't finish that. Never going to. Bad game. Don't buy it. Just watch somebody else play it. I let it seep, linger stiffly in the air as I avert my gaze from them. From their playful banter, their friendly teasing remarks, and Ashton's tender, affectionate smiles. All before the stabbing aches in my heart change into something too painful to bear. It's all in my head is what I'd often tell myself, yet the way my heart rends at just the sight of them hurts. And like a coward, I walk away from all of it, taking with me a small hope the movie will distract me away from these thoughts. Because like this, it's easy to find something to hate in her. Yeah, welcome to America! Felt 76 return, save yourself the pain. of a ban for finding a bug. I don't even know where my copy of it is, to be honest. It's somewhere in the house. We tried to return the guide. Like, my mom got me the actual physical guide for the game, and Best Buy literally told us we couldn't return it, even though we hadn't opened it. Dusk has already given way tonight when we leave the film fest. Unfortunately, it does nothing to improve my mood like I'm hoping. Neither does the muggy air that greets us upon stepping back into the noisy streets. Too busy, too loud, too many people taking what little space the sidewalk offers. Forces anyone to bump shoulders with those they barely know, let alone care about. On a normal evening, I probably wouldn't have minded the crowd, nor the humid weather. It's not like any of them are bothering anyone. And yet, even with what's admittedly a pleasant company, I can't bring myself to lighten up.
See you guys some other time.
They didn't want it? Yeah, I imagine. Like, Fallout 76 had such great potential, but I honestly think that game fell prey to, the market buzz and, like, trying to make... What E3 was that? It was, like, E3 2018, I think? Or was it 2017? Oh, it was E3 2017 that they announced it. It had to be 2017. Maybe it was 2018. I don't fucking remember. But I remember a lot of people were like, Microsoft won E3. Microsoft won E3 because Todd Howard showed up and was like, I'm Todd Howard. Wait, didn't Todd Howard... He, like, showed up for the Microsoft conference, but then he didn't show up for the Bethesda one? And it was weird? I don't remember. Was overhyped? Yeah, definitely rushed. And then they tried adding that, like, Fortnite arena, like, clone thing where they were like, oh, I know how we can get people to play our shitty game that we rushed. Add a Fortnite mode. Battle Royale. Like, Jesus Christ.
Yeah. See ya.
I like arena stuff in, like, my, like, single player RPG. Ratchet and Clank had arena stuff. Kingdoms of Amalur had a half decent arena DLC. There, you can do arena stuff without it being a battle royale Fortnite thing, but that's not what happened. Not even to return to the smiles Ashton and Zachary gives us when we go our separate ways. Perhaps this started with Miss Cooper's call, or earlier than that. Maybe even the moment I left bed this morning. Bloody hell, it could have been because of that sodding letter for all I know. I couldn't care less at this point. All I want is to get a warm bath, sleep, and wait for this dreadful day to end. Now, if only Isabella would stop babbling, then maybe this dull throbbing at the side of my head won't turn into a full-blown headache, too.
Zach did a pretty good job with his movie, didn't he? Even though Ash said he ran into some trouble late into filming. But I knew he had it in him. It's not like I didn't believe he couldn't do it. I mean, did you see his face after the credits rolled? All those months he worked on this, and everything's finally...
You weren't even watching.
Only the first minutes. I watched the rest of it, I swear. Besides, Ashton was the one who wouldn't stop asking questions.
Well, why do we still need to talk about this then? I liked it. Ash liked it. You liked it.
I'm not gonna lie, I don't really like the Ratchet and Clank games very much. But I still know that, like, the arena stuff was actually pretty decent. It really fit in line with the rest of the games. But first of all, I hate it when games do this, where they're like, oh, this is the last of the surviving race of this rare race that's rare for some reason that we're gonna make up later. And then they're like, oh my god, there's another one of the opposite gender of the main character. It's like, okay. Okay. And you had to make it look more feminine, and you had to give it eyelashes, and you had to give it bright, pretty colored eyes. Like, ugh. I'm over it. I was over it by the time they announced it. Not excited. Not excited, not impressed. Like, introducing another Lombax? Fine. Introducing another Lombax that's female? Fine. But they did all the fucking tropes. The only thing they can do to redeem themselves is not shoehorn some stupid fucking romantic plotline between the two Lombaxes. If they do it, that's it. Like, I can't have hope. I can't. But if they don't, maybe I'll give the series the pat on the back that it deserves, you know? It'd be like if fuck, what game am I thinking of? Oh, no! This game did do it! So, people know the Spyro games, right? And then it, like, crossed hands to different platforms and different companies and stuff. They did the same fucking thing. They're like, oh, Spyro's a rare purple dragon. And then they introduced this other purple dragon. And, like, I don't remember, because, like, my sister played the games, but I didn't. I don't remember if there was a romance between Spyro and the other purple dragon chick or what. But my god, I'm so sick of the trope. I'm so sick of it. I love the Sly Cooper series. I did not play the Sly Cooper series. I know very little about it. I know about they had like 2 female love interests for the Sly Cooper character. They were like, let's just have 2 of them. I'm not denying that the games are fun or that they're good games. I'm just saying it's 2020. I need more in my games than the same rehashed heteronormative tropes where it's like, oh, well, we gave this character a love interest. We're good writers. No, you're not.
Shouldn't you be telling that to Zachary in person? I'm sure he'll appreciate it better than I ever will.
Why is Rebecca such a bitch?
I know that, but maybe there's something you want to say? Zach had you check the scripts before he went through everything, didn't he? You also worked on it, even if it was only for a short time. So, maybe you want to...
Oh, did they? Like I said, I didn't play the Sly Cooper games. I don't bother waiting for the rest. The moment I spot my car, I immediately make a quick... Wow, Rebecca! Knowing her, this is merely another attempt at starting a conversation, just so we'll have something to fill the dead air to replace the strained atmosphere we've somehow walked into. One thing, the very thing, I'm not too keen to deal with at the present. Behind me, Isabella also changes her pace to match mine, her soft strides growing brisk and uneven in order to catch up. A small part of me half expects she'll suddenly trip. She's not the clumsy sort, but there are definitely times where she can be the least coordinated person on the planet.
Becca, hey!
Streamlabs. I'm gonna have to change the timer on that. I thought I had it at like half an hour.
Oh no. Wait for me!
And people wonder why I worry? They're not really completely unfounded once you've already grown familiar with her habits. But right now, this is also at the very end of the list of things I want to think about. I have a tattoo from the Sly series? Damn. Yeah, I heard about the movie just kind of disappearing into the ether. I think it had something to do with the Ratchet and Clank movie not doing so well, which, to be fair, I didn't even know the Ratchet and Clank movie was a thing until somebody told me that the new like Ratchet and Clank remaster game was basically just taking scenes from the movie. Even her voice as she calls after me sounds nothing more than background noise to my ears now.
Rebecca, slow down, will you? Your car's not going to leave without us.
The sooner we get on the road, the earlier we can get home. It's Friday, in case you didn't notice.
I know what day it is, but the traffic's not going to magically disappear, even if we go there right now.
I don't want to hear that from you. Didn't you used to complain how horrendous the traffic is back home for you?
Yeah? But that doesn't have anything to do with this, Becca.
Okay. What do you want to do then? Wait it out? Walk? I just want to go home, Isabella. If you want to stay out here longer, I won't stop you. But leave me out of it. I'm not up for any other foolish excursions tonight.
I wasn't thinking about an excursion. I want to go home too. It's already late.
I didn't realize Rebecca was such a bitch to her, because we didn't see this.
It's
in
just
Isabella's part
you've
of the
been
story.
in this prickly mood since earlier.
And there goes the Dr. Pepper.
Are you really okay? Was it the cold? Or did something happen at school? Do you want to talk about it?
A long pause follows, and it holds everything she's been meaning to ask from the very start. I'm in no mood, but all the same, my hand stops short of unlocking my car, and my grip on the handle tightens. I can feel her eyes boring on me, waiting, hoping patiently for any answers I'd give. She's the same as Zachary. They're bad liars. When you talk to people like them, if you're not careful, they often leave you with no other choice but to admit the truth. Those exact same ones I can't voice. Despite my lack of response, she pushes on, surprisingly. This time her tone is quieter, more tentative than usual.
Was it because of the letter?
All 5 cats? I've been trying to get, well, not all 5 of them, but my cats to stay in my room while I play this game, and none of them are having it. They just don't want anything to do with me. I think they know how stressful I get when I play this game, and so they're just like, no. So I would happily trade with you, because my cats hate me right now. The only thing you can do is just lay there and starve to death, dude. I don't know what you want me to tell you. I mean, that's the price you pay for having cats. It's a well-meaning question, much like the rest of this talk, yet something in how she says it irks me.
If it is, I'm really sorry. I didn't mean to cause a scene. I did see something in the mansion, though. I wasn't lying about that.
Wherever she wants to take this, I no longer want to hear a word of it. Not at this minute. Preferably never. Especially when there are already a million things buzzing and prodding inside my head. Okay, before we pick an option, I gotta pee really bad. I was supposed to take another break like half an hour ago, but I got really into the game, so get up, stretch, have a drink, have a snack, pet your pets for me, or if you're Reaper, just rot there where you sit. And yes, pet your pets for me. And I'll be back real soon. I'm probably gonna grab something to eat too, so it'll probably be like a 15-minute break. Probably not on the 20-minute side because I don't have the energy to actually make real food. I'm probably just gonna shove a bunch of chips down my throat until I feel satisfied, so. I am here. Oh shit, I just licked my lip. Oh, jeez. And if you're wondering why that's a bad thing, the makeup on my lips right now is water activated. Which is why I had chips as my little snack, because they're super dry and they're not gonna like fuck anything up. Although I've rubbed my eye so fucking much that it completely fucked up my eye makeup on my right eye. You guys probably won't notice it because like my camera's terrible and the light is literally just a black light. I mean, you can tell if you're like paying attention or you're like looking for it, but I ain't worried about it. Okay. I got another Dr. Pepper, but honestly, my throat feels so much better after eating those pita chips. Like, holy fuck. Like, my throat was feeling scratchy because I had streamed earlier today too. And I've been talking a lot today. I talked to my sister today. I was talking to my mom, obviously. I had to talk with PlayStation Network support. I did a lot of Duolingo practice earlier today. So I was just talking like pretty much all day long. But I am back. To anybody else who is here, hello. If you just got here, hope you're having a great time. I'm having a great time. Also, yes, Reapers, if you're here at the moment, that is a shiny Litwick, actually, I think. No, shiny Litwick is orange, I think. Yeah, this is just a regular Litwick then. Or is regular Litwick purple? I actually don't remember now, but I love Litwick. I love a lot of the Generation 5 Pokemon, but I don't understand why the Litwick evolutionary line is so underrated. Like, Fire Ghost is such a cool fucking combo, first of all. And it's a cool fucking design, alright? The shinies are great. Litwick is fucking cute as fuck, alright? Good fucking Pokemon. Let me save again, just to be on the safe side, because I'm paranoid. The cold caught up with me.
And during the open house, even if there were a lot of people around,
we went down with Ashton, but up with Isabella. Why? Oh, I forgot. We have a profile now for Rebecca. Okay, she's 29. History teacher. She's Scottish. She's an atheist, raised Kirk. Master's degree in education, major in European history, likes stovies, still don't know what those are. Reading in the library, going to the gym, cycling and jogging, lacrosse, lesson plans. That's kind of boring. I can't read this font, so I don't know what all this says.
I don't know if there was anyone else who noticed, but I heard things.
I know you heard things, girl. I know.
I'm sure it wasn't because I fell down the stairs. Even before that, in the attic,
Isabella!
Yeah?
A pause, though I don't let it last, only to give myself a small window to breathe before I lay down the words between us with as much restraint my patience allows. Which is not much after everything. I can only hope Isabella will simply take them as they are. She can be stubborn as a mule when she wants to be.
This kind of conversation tonight. Look, it's been a long day. I think this cold also caught up with me, and I'm really exhausted. Can we talk about this some other time?
No, we must talk about it now. She blinks, and although disappointment flashes momentarily in her face, she gives me a curt nod. A relief enough for me, perhaps the first time I genuinely feel it today. As unpleasant as this day has been, seeing something go the way I've anticipated takes the edge out of it. Even if lying through my teeth had to go with it.
Oh, alright. You should have just said so. I told you should have taken a full week off. Were you able to get the meds I brought you, though? Do you need anything? I could drop by the pharmacy for you.
Yeah, no need to fuss. A good night's sleep is all I need. I've been busy the whole day. I guess I should have listened to you and taken it easy. But we have exams to prepare for. It's one or the other, you know?
Yep, get kids sick just because you want to do your job.
I knew it! Here I thought you were just upset about something. Even Ash looked a little bit worried about you.
It's fine. Let's just head home, okay? I'll make it up to you next time. Call me out to lunch or wherever, just... not right now.
Okay, but should you be driving? If you want, I can call a taxi for us. You'll hate paying the extra fees, but you'll be able to get some rest on the way home.
No, don't call a cab. I can manage driving at least. Just get in the car so we can be on our way.
I'm already opening the door and climbing into the seat before she can protest. Left with no other choice, she follows inside shortly, albeit with a bit of reluctance. The guilt from this will eat at me later, but for now, these little falsehoods are mine to bear and hide under. For now, this is the better choice. Better than pretending she doesn't exist or giving her vague answers. Certainly better than harsh words and outright lashing out at her. I can find a little comfort in that. Thankfully, if there's anything to be spoken between us after, we won't have to discuss it on the way home. Or rather, we can't, because no sooner than we hit the road, Isabella dozes off. Despite my foul mood, I still end up suppressing laughter once the first sounds of her breathing fills the car.
Mama? Not your mom, Isabella.
Slow and steady, the quiet rhythm so completely unlike her, so far removed from every impression anyone has of her. A few faint whimpers will occasionally come from her, but otherwise it's just us. This silence, and it's so utterly unexpected. Still a welcome break, of course. Peace and quiet is one thing you'll rarely get with her around. Yet it's nowhere near comforting. It merely leaves the air with this strange clarity. Every little sound, every little movement more palpable. And with it comes the unease. A jolt of surprise hits me. It's almost comical if this were a different situation. In my case, I accidentally dislodge my mobile from its seat on the dashboard when I swipe on the screen. Soon I'm scrambling blindly for it with my other hand, while keeping a steady eye on the road ahead. A voice crackles from the loudspeakers before I can put it back. Although muffled heavily by the surface, I recognize the person on the line from her chipper tone alone.
Hello? Miss Cooper?
Oh, you're still awake. Evening. I hope I didn't disturb you or anything. I know it's a bit late. Sorry about that. I just want to check on you and Isabella. That girl's still not answering her mobile. Were you able to meet up with her?
Yes. She's with me. We're on our way home.
Hello? What was that again? I can't hear you properly.
Sorry. Let me just fix this dumb phone.
My hand stops dead for a moment. I spare the device a brief glance, waiting. Seconds pass. Nothing happens, though. Frankly, I'm not sure what I'm expecting, but the lines of my mouth forms into a frown regardless.
Miss Cooper?
Yes, still here.
Did you say something?
Just that I didn't get the last part. What were you saying again?
No, I thought you... Never mind. Must be the signal acting up. Come again?
What?
Is everything all right over there?
Certainly. Is something wrong? What wouldn't? Okay, you seem to be busy. If this is a good time, I can just call you back some,
I have to make a conscious effort not to panic right then and there, although my tight hold on the steering wheel tells a different story altogether.
Miss Cooper! Rose? Hey, Rose! Are you still there?
Only a burst of static answers me, and maybe this lapse is entirely because of exhaustion. It has been a long day, and I haven't fully recovered from last week's bout of flu, contrary to what I've been telling people. Although perhaps, had I paid closer attention to it, had I not been so occupied with other thoughts, I probably would have noticed earlier that it never came from my phone. Oh, fuck that, but from somewhere right behind me. Ugh. Time slows to a crawl. Looking up is a mistake. First thing I see is its face, a ghastly shade, every inch battered, bruised, and bloodied. Even in the darkness, and the world passing by in a blur of lights outside, I can still make out the wounds. Blood still oozes from it, little trails of crimson running down its face, glistening under what little light there is. But it's the gleam in her eyes that catches mine. The quiet plea, the anguish and the desperation in them, more than its hideous features and the awful stench of gore now soaking the air. And try as I might, I can't bring myself to look away, even as its lips contort into a horrific smile. Even as sharp, harsh noises pierce the air and silence around
Rebecca!
us.
Huh? Car! Eyes on the road!
Against everything I've been taught and I've constantly reminded myself, I close my eyes. A brief moment, a short, vivid second of muscle memory and instinct completely taking over. And if I didn't allow it, if my hands didn't move or my feet didn't hit the brakes in that exact second, I might have... Isabella and I might have... No. I shake the notion away before I lose myself in it. Right now, it's an ugly line of thought I refuse to venture into. Not when breathing is a struggle and every ounce of strength has been totally drained from my body. But most definitely not while Isabella's panicked voice behind me still rings in my ears. We're alive. We're safe. That's all that matters. But it's not her face that I look for when I open my eyes. All gone. I expected stains. Little telling marks and creases of the covers to show me where it sat not a second ago. But whatever it is, it left not a single trace. And though courage is a hard thing to gather at this point, I take what little of it remains in me and turn towards the back seat. Even then, there's no one. Or was there really something in there in the first place? With how empty it is, I'm beginning to doubt it. This stupid flu
I need
again.
a long rest after this.
I'm surprised they didn't have us go through this in Isabella's route. My hands fall useless to my sides, numb from how taut my grip on the wheel is gone, yet still trembling from the unexpected rush of adrenaline. Against my ears, my heart still pounds in an erratic rhythm, and my breathing hasn't slowed down. But the world has already righted itself without waiting for me, and little by little, second after second, as I sit here motionless, color begins to seep back around me. Along with it are sounds and a voice, no longer the indistinct ringing it was earlier.
Becca! Are you okay? Answer me, will you? You're scaring me! You know what? I think we should just call a taxi since...
Can you keep it down?
Strained, harsh, and completely unintentional. But with heat prickling at the back of my eyes and the mild throbbing at my temple, I can honestly do with a little silence for now.
Keep it down? We almost crashed, Becca!
I know what happened. It was a lapse. I'm sorry.
A lapse? You call that a lapse? Becca, I really don't want to end up a mangled mess on the side of the road. Or a mangled mess anywhere. All I'm asking, if the time ever comes, which I hope isn't right now, is a peaceful death. Give that one to me at least. Not that I'm asking for it, but please.
Isabella. Belle, you're overreacting.
About to finish up this episode 2 of Bly Manor, and then I'm flirting with a dude. Need a man hours. Coming back to get ya. What is on my hand? Girl, you missed it. Like, this shit is why I'll never drive. We were driving, and this ghost bitch came, like, she just showed up in our rearview mirror. The voice acting's not that bad. I don't know what you were expecting, but it's definitely better than your little Genshin game. Yeah, I said it. I said it. Those little lolly fucking voice actors, those monotone dudes, literally ain't got no emotion in there. That's it. That's the voice acting. Lolly or emotionless stoic dude. That's it. That's what your Genshin game got. Who says the person's actual name and then their nickname? Oh, no. That's script. That's different than voice acting. The script is not good. I 100% agree with you on there. But the voice acting isn't the worst. It's not that bad for, like, some of the characters. Yeah, the script's not good. I don't worry. I'm gonna go to great lengths to talk about how bad the script is. I don't understand why the script is this long. And what's worse is sometimes it takes you out of the atmosphere. Like in the last horror scene that we were literally just in, I had to sit there and read through like lines and lines of dialogue about describing how creepy the girl in the mirror was. Like, we've seen this girl a million times, and every character describes her the exact same fucking way. Like, I don't need to hear every character describing it. It would be different if this were the kind of game where you can choose who you play as and when, but it's not. It's a game where you go to a person and you don't get to choose who that person is. Scary. What's worse is, like, she was driving and, like, she takes like 2 minutes to explain what this girl looks like. Bitch, you're not driving 2 minutes and thinking of all this, okay? You're driving for like maybe 20 seconds and thinking about that, and then you almost crash and die. Not 2 fucking minutes. Found out a little tea because I decided to go FBI mode. Ooh, on who? Who's brewing this tea, sis? Spill. I'm thirsty. About to crack open another Dr. Pepper. Actually, I already did, but I'll do it again just for you.
If you're so worried, why don't you drive?
Oh. Hopefully it's not like a certain transphobe that we know who decided to take a deep dive.
Don't have a license.
What's wrong, baby? Bitch, I'm not letting you out of this room. You can scream all you want. Go piss in a corner. I don't give a shit. I would never let my cats piss in a corner. Just an FYI.
I keep telling you to get one, didn't I? For the past 5 years.
I found out the girl who did shit to spite me was the guy's... That is some hot tea. That's some hot tea.
Do you see why now?
Not gonna lie, it reminds me a little bit too much of my own situation with a certain two people. I'm always terrified that they're gonna check up on me, but they're not the kind of people that check up on people. Like, when they drop somebody, they drop them. And then they'll talk about them in like little stories every now and then. I hope I'm one of your stories, Ben and Sarah. I hope you talk about me once or twice a fucking season to your new little friends that you like to spill tea with. Oh my god, I used to know this person and they were crazy. I hope I'm one of your little fucking stories, Ben and Sarah. Sarah, if you're watching this, no hard feelings. But Ben, if you're watching this, have fun dying in that Amazon warehouse. I'm not saying you deserve it, but have fun. Have fun with your job that you love so much. But you don't love it no more. Anyway. Satiated my curiosity, not gonna lie. I thought it'd be sad about the info, but I mean... It's all coming together. When people say make it make sense, this is what they're talking about. Make it make sense.
I wasn't really expecting to stay here this long. I thought it'd just be for a year or two.
I'm so sick. Like, nobody has to learn how to drive. Like, driving is a serious thing, okay? If you're not a good driver or you're not a confident driver, you could get people hurt. You could put yourself into serious financial trouble. Having to pay car insurance is a lot of money. Having to pay for a car is a lot of money. Car upkeep is a lot of money. Gas is a lot of money. If somebody doesn't want to fucking drive, don't fucking pressure them. Don't fucking force them. Okay? Because at the end of the day, it's not like riding a bike or doing the laundry or planning the fucking finances for the year. It could literally be the difference between life and death for a lot of people. And if somebody is not confident to take that step, they're not childish or immature. Okay? Driving is not something that is part of the human race. Do you think the fucking founding fathers knew how to drive a fucking car? Of course not. There were no cars. They'd probably kill plenty of people if you gave them a fucking car. So please, people, stop trying to force people to drive cars. The things he said to me, though. And that's how you know. That's how you know that she ain't shit. All of a sudden, a pensive mood comes over her. Isabella looks away then, while what's left of my little lecture never crosses the tip of my tongue. I don't allow it to. Poochie. Can a bird suppress a dog in the sky? No. Bitch, you been soaring. This bitch been just barking up the wrong fucking tree. Her stay has always been meant to be something fleeting. Little bland little sounding bitch can rot. She needs to stay off the bronzer. Like, blackface is so very, like, 2016. Earn some good money, go home. It's what she'd tell herself during her first year here. Now, half a decade later, I am not sure if she still believes that. Even I'm not sure if I still believe it. Needs to stay off this earth! And if there's something in her reasons that has changed along the way, even if I already have a hunch, it's one thing I'll never bother to ask. Those are hers to keep.
I'll be careful this time, I promise. Just please, can we give this whole thing a rest for now?
She nods, and that's the end of it. We spend the rest of the trip back to Salem Well in silence. I think that was supposed to be Anselm. I don't know. Also thinking about how my selfie just is miles better than hers. It always will be. Always was. You're comparing apples to, like, what's left of the apple core after it's been in your trash for a few days. You know what I mean? Like, it's not even on the same playing field. Whew. All thoughts of an overactive imagination playing tricks on a fluid-addled mind, and of smiles never meant for my eyes, abandoned, if only for a brief moment. I'm not wrong, Poochie. It begins innocently enough. Tuesday morning arrives like any other day before it, bright and clear. Even though it comes with an extra helping of the unusual October weather, I appreciate being able to catch a glimpse of the clear skies lately. Finish up that episode. Flirt with that man. After going through a bout of sickness last week, it does something to lift the mood of what would otherwise be a dreary morning. Can I just say that I'm glad that this Rebecca's route isn't dragging through the earlier scenes, and it's kind of picking up the pace with not just like the horror, but like the actual story itself. And despite being mostly a creature of habit, I wind up waking earlier than usual because of it. Still no earlier than Isabella, it appears. I've assumed she'll take a day or two off because of what happened to Miss Cooper, but that doesn't seem to be the case. The sound of the morning news drifts from her unit when I walk past on the way to my mailbox. I didn't realize they lived in these kinds of shitty apartments. Holy fuck. Like, this is some motel shit. This is the fucking hotel that, fucking... what is his name? Ethan? Stayed at in fucking Heavy Rain. Chances are, around this hour, she's already dressed and ready to go. Probably just waiting for the next bus to arrive. I've tried following her example before, but I don't think I'll be repeating that. Girl, what are you doing? Oh, Samantha's just rolling around on the floor. She's not doing anything weird.
Really? How can anyone be up before the sun is up?
It's a habit she got from home, she said, instilled in her by the kind of life she grew up in. Like clockwork, it's always at 4 a.m., either to help with the chores or prepare her little siblings for school. It surprised me the first time. She just didn't look like someone who could. In the end, I've simply passed it off as one of the many things anyone will have to get used to around her. Not that I'll ever fully understand. If I'm my parents' only child, we aren't well off, but so far, I've lived a relatively easy life. I didn't have to think about bills or food for the next day or paying for any siblings' tuition on top of my own or supporting a sick father's medication. All I have to worry about were my grades, if it gained mom and dad's approval, or what we'd be having for dinner. When put next to hers, they all pale in comparison. They look less like problems and more like petty issues this way.
Petty issues?
As unimportant as it all sounds, sometimes its ugly head rears at the most inappropriate moments. And sometimes they come through your mailbox in the form of a fancy-looking letter, pretty ribbons and all. Whoever sent this has spent silly money on the envelope alone. Verging on ridiculous, it's literally just blue. I can hardly imagine Isabella wrinkling her nose when she sees this. Then she'll complain about unnecessary expenses and rich people problems. I'm almost afraid to touch it myself, as if simply brushing a hand against its crisp surface will be enough to put a crease on it, and it'll be a terrible slight to the sender. But as extravagant as I find this, it isn't really the first time I've received one. Most of the time it's not even for me, so who am I to complain? Either way, no look of surprise crosses my face once I flip the envelope over to see my parents' names written in a neat script.
Nothing new then.
Their years in the academy? That's not how you spell that. Naturally brought with it various connections. People from other fields, art, science, business, politics, you name it. Gay rights! Gay rights. This one, though, gives off a much more personal vibe. Letters like this usually come from old students, people who've grown fond of my parents, and they, in turn, treat like children of their own. I've only met a few of them. Most have moved on to become successful in their chosen careers, and little letters like these are their way of expressing gratitude. It's one thing Mum and Dad are proud of, rightfully so, and I'm happy for them. But there are times I wish they'll remember they have a daughter here. The real one. Not that it's of any importance now. It's not like they didn't raise me well and provided for me. They did. I wouldn't be where I am now if it weren't for their hard work. And like a dutiful child, I do everything I can to give back. Even if it's a small thing as letting them know they've got another mail waiting for them. The phone rings for a good minute before someone answers. Mum. Her voice is warm as I remember.
Becca?
Hi, Mum. How's the conference going?
Well enough. Until your dad sprained his ankle.
Oh no, is it bad?
I'm alright. In case anyone in this family cares to listen, I'm alright. Very much alive, darling.
And there you have it. He'll be up and walking in a few weeks, don't worry. We're going to have to extend our stay here until it heals, though. Is something the matter?
Nothing big. Just that this mail arrived for you this morning.
A lie. Thankfully, she doesn't notice. Although, if I'm going to be honest, a small part of me yearns for her to do so and ask me about it. But I put down that idea almost as soon as it surfaces. I shouldn't make them fret. They're busy.
What does it say?
Raise your glasses, give cheers to the good times, blah, blah.
Becca manners. That isn't how I taught you to read.
Sorry. You are cordially... it's an invitation, Mum, for a housewarming party. From, Hannah?
The name rings a bell, though at the moment I can't recall when or where I've heard it recently. Must be nothing too important if I didn't bother committing it to a memory. There are a lot of Hannahs in the world, so who knows?
Hannah.
She also wrote you a note, Mum. It says you used to be her private tutor at the Evans mansion, and that she misses you and would love to see you two again.
Makes my heart clench to read another openly say those words to them, the same ones I want to tell them. I want to see you too. It's been years since we've been together as a family, and if there's one thing that hasn't changed from childhood, it's that Mum and Dad are still busy with their respective careers. Oh, excuse me. Out of the country, away on some meeting or symposium, sometimes for months on end. It only grew more frequent with the years until I'm old enough to live on my own. You know what? Oh, good morning, Swift. Good morning. How was your sleep? I hope you rested well. I have had an interesting night. This game is starting to get ballsy with the scares. But I'm just gonna say it right now, out of all of the characters that we've played as so far, Rebecca has the least fucking right to be this fucking bitchy about her situation. Like, I cannot believe I'm saying this, but Hannah Wright is in a worse situation than Rebecca, okay? Like, yeah, Hannah is privileged and she has no right to be bitchy when she is bitchy, but she's not nearly as bitchy as Rebecca. And Hannah has a husband who's a horrible person, belligerent towards her, cheats on her, possibly got her best friend pregnant behind her back and that woman's husband's back, who they're all supposed to be friends. And Rebecca has been so bitter and awful, and for what? Because mom and dad are, like, busy with their career, and the guy that she likes doesn't pay attention to her. And I mean, yeah, I still hate Marianne McClure. I think she's a terribly written person, but at least her terrible attitude comes from, like, this, like, genuine sense of being better than everyone else. Rebecca's just sitting here being like, yeah, I shouldn't be mean to people, but all these people suck. It's like, really? All of this because your mom and dad are on sabbatical or whatever? Shit, at least Marianne, like, had a tragic backstory and she's being haunted by the dead ghost of her ex-lover that she turned away. What the fuck's your excuse, Rebecca? Woke up at about 2:30, yikes. And she still hasn't deposited my check. I was supposed to get it at 1 a.m. It's almost 5 now. Maybe they'll do it at 6 a.m. I remember back when I worked at Kohl's, they wouldn't give us our checks until, what was it? Was it like 6 or 7 in the morning? So maybe it's just taking a little bit. Hopefully. But I understand the stress. Sometimes when the bank don't give you your money and you're like, I got bills to pay that come out soon. Or, you know, sometimes they're just like, oh, we're not going to pay you because we messed up. But we'll pay you soon. And it's like, what? Excuse me? Oh, but I hope we get sorted out. Sooner rather than later. I'd like to think that's how I've become independent at such an early age. They've always praised me for that. At times, I wish they didn't.
Evans? Oh, I remember now.
It was on time the past 2 times, and on the 18th, I didn't get it on time either. Fucking Banks. You just gotta call him and just embrace the middle-aged white woman that we all have inside of us.
Honey, it's Hannah. Hannah Evans. Remember? Bright girl, 2 years older than Becca?
Wait, what scared you? The voice acting?
Didn't she get married a few years ago? 7 now, I think. But they grow up so fast, these kids.
Oh, yeah, the voice acting. I think this game's really loud, but everyone told me that the audio is fine. I literally have it so low that if I moved it like a millimeter lower on my headset, I wouldn't be able to hear the game.
Yeah, she invited us to that too. Fonte de Medici.
It was like, it's weird that they invited them to the housewarming but not the wedding, but apparently they did get invited to the wedding.
But we missed that one because you had to present your paper in Singapore.
We did send her a note after. Still a shame we couldn't attend, though. What is it about this time?
She sent another invite for a housewarming party. Becca, when is it?
This Friday, Mum.
Alright, Swift. Enjoy the lurk and the food. I wish I had made myself some good food, but honestly, I think I'm just, after stream, I'm just gonna wipe my makeup off, brush my teeth, and go the fuck to sleep and not even worry about eating.
Oh, that's too bad. We'd love to be there, but Da's not in a condition to go walking around. I guess we'd have to decline again. I really miss that girl.
I could go in your place.
I let it slip without thinking. Honestly, probably gonna be a TV dinner. I need to buy TV dinners again, but me and my mom have had this problem where she'll buy a giant fucking bag of tater tots, like frozen tater tots, and then I'll buy a giant fucking bag of frozen chicken, and then there's no room in the freezer for anything, and then we still have like 6 pints of fucking ice cream left in there because we'll go through this phase where we're eating so much ice cream that we have to have 6 fucking pints in the freezer at all times, and then we won't eat ice cream for like 3 fucking months. It's awful. Personally, I've never been fond of gatherings, regardless of how simple people make it seem. But if there's one thing I hate hearing, that disappointed note in Mum's voice always ranks first. Whether it's directed at me or some other thing doesn't matter.
Are you sure? Don't you have work this Friday?
The event will be in the evening, Mum. It shouldn't take anything away from my schedule.
Schedule?
It's all right. The invite's for 2 people. I can bring someone with me so things don't get boring.
I see. Maybe you can also invite Ashton?
Mum, that's a sure no from him. He hates attending parties.
But I'm pretty sure he goes to the party anyway, so either she does invite him or somebody else does. I have a normal fridge freezer and then a chest freezer. We have to buy a chest freezer because the fridge that came with the house was already really shitty, but the freezer just doesn't really close right anymore. So what we're gonna do is buy a chest freezer for like all of our actual freezer stuff, and then the freezer that's in our like refrigerator is gonna be for stuff like ice, and then stuff that just has to be frozen, like what am I thinking of? Like, I don't know, I have a few cosmetics in the freezer to keep them from going bad. All I can think is ice. My mom goes through a bag of ice like a day. It's kind of insane.
But I'll see what I can do. If not, I can always bring Isabella with me. You know her. She won't say no if there's food involved.
Okay, if it's not going to be a big problem for you, I don't see why not. We owe you this one, darling.
No problem, Mum. I'll even say hi to Hana for you.
Please do. And let her know we'd love to see her once we're back in the city. Leave her our number or something.
I will.
But you know, the two of you would have become really good friends. Don't you remember? You met with her once. If my memory serves me right, you were 12 then?
This, too, I can't recall. It's probably one of those meetings where we only talked a bit before going our ways. If she did leave an impression, I'm pretty sure I would have written about it somewhere, or at least recognized her name. I can't do ice. Fucks with my teeth. I don't know how the fuck she does ice. I can't. Like, I can't. Like, that's why I drink my sodas with a fucking straw. Because anything too cold on my teeth fucking drives me wild. And it is the only few people I remember clearly from that time in my life, and my life is Ashton and Mandy, to some extent. Who the fuck is Mandy? Mum must have sensed my confusion because she laughed.
Don't push yourself too hard, darling. Really? It felt like having 2 daughters
Oh,
back then.
Jesus. Don't say that to your daughter.
Sometimes I wish they didn't send her away to boarding school. But, well, you know how often that goes with them. Still, try talking to her while you're there.
Oh, we'll see. I'll let you know what happens after.
I'm looking forward to it, darling. Take care of yourself.
Will do. You too, Mum. Bye. Tell Dar to be careful next time.
See, I can't do ice, period. Even if it's, like, out and about. Yeah, I even just thinking about ice. One of the tests they did when they took out this molar back in, what was that, April? Is they took they didn't fucking tell me, they took dry fucking ice to the tooth that was bothering me and told me to raise my hand when I could feel it, and I didn't feel it. And then they put it on the next tooth, and I was like, and they were like, yeah, that tooth is dead. Do you want us to do a root canal? And I was like, no, take it out. And they're like, root canal, root canal, root canal. And I was like, no. And they're like, oh, is it because you're poor and you can't afford a root canal? And I was like, no, because I don't need the fucking tooth. And root canals don't fix things because they had to remove a molar that I had a root canal in when I was like in 4th grade. Root canals are expensive and they don't solve the problem. Just saying. She chuckles then, a hearty one, tender and always light on my ears. She may be a stern teacher, but this is the part of her I love the most. Root canals and caps cost more than an artificial here. Yeah, I don't understand why dental costs what it costs, and I don't understand why it's not considered healthcare given how many dental issues can literally kill you. The sound of it still echoes, even as our call comes to an abrupt end, bringing with it the memory of from so many years ago. When life and responsibilities that accompany adulthood are things far from our minds. If given the chance, I'd love to go back to those. I don't dwell on it though, shaking it all away almost as soon as the memory forms a clear picture in my head. I've always wondered how Isabella can easily pretend everything's normal over a phone call, then bounce back to her usual self immediately after. I've seen her do it plenty of times. For me, it just drains whatever energy I have. Oh, Swift, before you go, do you have an immersion blender? It's like a stick blender where you put the stick into the thing you like a bowl or something. Oh. Well, if you ever happen to get one, yeah, I mean, I don't know how much they even cost because the one that I have was a gift that my mom gave me for Christmas early a few years ago. But I made this recipe for dinner last night. It was like cauliflower Alfredo, where instead of it being like a heavy cream sauce, it's mostly just blended up seasoned cauliflower with a little bit of cream and Parmesan thrown in there. And it was really fucking good. I wish I had taken pictures, but I wasn't thinking about it. But aside from having to use 3 pans, which I probably could have done 2 pans if I had thought about it smarterer and done the breadcrumbs, which I guess you don't even have to do the breadcrumbs if you don't want to, but if I had done the breadcrumbs in the pan I would have used for the pasta. I mean, you could probably still do the recipe with a food processor. It would probably just be potentially burny depending on how big your food processor is, but it was good. And my mom can't have a lot of sodium, but overall it was like a nice weirdly really good and pretty fast like dinner. And I know how much you hate canned sauces, so when I made the recipe and I tried it, I was like, you know who would like this? But it was good. And it was pretty cheap, yeah, because it was just basically the most expensive thing was the heavy cream, and I'm sure you could just substitute that for like a little bit of butter and milk, because it's just a flavor and thickness thing at that point. But I'll let you get to your cooking and your food. But yeah, immersion blenders are nice. Like, I don't use it often, especially with Little Miss Rona, but I like my immersion blender. It's fun. It's a good little thing. Even for a wee bit, it's never a good example to set. So, with another sigh, I put everything at the back of my mind and tread back to my room. The rest of my day awaits. Don't tell me we have to go to the party. Oh, something bad's gonna happen. 50 minutes later, I'm heading back out just for the day. My car's in hand. Ordinarily, I don't stop for anything. There's never a need to. That's the beauty of this apartment complex. It's quiet and everyone keeps to themselves. Okay, what's gonna happen? Morning broadcast still plays from Isabella's room. My brisk pace slows to a stop, and a frown gradually forms in my face.
She hasn't left.
Of course, this isn't unusual. There are times where I've left earlier than she did, like last Friday before their open house. But those days are few and far between. It only happens in in the direst circumstances, though the last part of that might have been a bit of an exaggeration. However, with what's happened in the last few days, maybe today is one. The death of a friend isn't something anyone can brush off for someone like Isabella. Isabella's the kind who gets attached to people easily. With Zachary, Ashton, and I, that's been the case. I can't imagine what she might be going through right now, especially when the woman was someone she owed a lot, despite their training being brief. I've given her the space last night in deference, but perhaps today might be the proper time to check in on her.
Whatever. I've still got time anyway.
With light steps, I move closer to the door, hand already poised to knock. Still, I don't do so until I hear her answer
Isabella?
me.
Belle? Are you in there?
No answer. After a second, I finally knock. Lightly so I don't disturb her, in case she's sleeping and has merely left the telly running last night. Never mind how she never lets that happen ever. Waste of electricity and all.
I just want to check on you before I leave. Is that okay? Are you going to work today, Belle?
Still nothing.
I'm about to leave. If you want, I can drop you off.
Another round of knocking. Then I'm fishing out a copy of her key from my bag and unlocking the door. She lent it years ago, after I complained about the mess and offered to help in cleaning up. I thought the gesture was completely unnecessary back then. After all, I could always knock. But she never did bother taking them from me, always returning it or turning away from the conversation whenever I insist. At one point, I've simply stopped trying to hand it back to her.
Isabella? I'm coming in, all right?
Without waiting for an answer, I push the door open and step inside. Our unit's still a mess. Instacup noodle on the table, pile of clothes on the side, paper strewn about everywhere, an unkempt bed, among other things. This much is a given. Will always be a given. I've been here several times already, and I still wonder how she can function like a human being with the place in this state. However, that's neither here nor there. I'm not sure what I'm expecting, but it's certainly not finding an empty flat. Granted, she could have left earlier, far earlier than usual. But she never ever leaves without making sure she's unplugged everything. That's... What? I'll let you out soon. I'll let you out soon. Want some pets? Samantha. Ay, ay, ay. It doesn't help that her bathroom appears unused this morning. How would you know that? Another habit, and it can only mean she hasn't been here since last night? Perhaps since even the morning after Miss Cooper... Oh, that's right, she went to Zachary's house. Because she went to work... Yeah, she went to work... And then that weird thing with the ghost girl happened, so she went to Zachary's house and stayed the night. Either idea doesn't sit well with me. What with the news we've been hearing lately.
The authorities are still trying to find the cause of death for all the victims. Early investigation revealed most of them were employed under Briar Realty Corporation at the time of death. Meanwhile, BRC has refused to comment on this.
Gathering my wits, I immediately place a call to her mobile. It rings for a good minute, the sound of comfort in itself. When another minute rolls by without her answering, well, I'm not a woman prone to panicking. Some bouts of temper, maybe, but never panic, despite how I may sound when speaking. That's when it ultimately goes straight to her voicemail. A sigh is the only thing I let out. The pause doesn't last long, though. In the next moment, my fingers are already moving across the screen in search of the two people who might be able to help. It's Ashton's number I find first and dial. Call it a habit, but even Isabella thinks he's dependable when the situation calls for it, despite how much they give each other grief. That already says a lot about him. There's Zachary, but around this hour, he's probably still sleeping. If he has freelance work, it's very likely he's gotten himself in bed. Just gotten himself in bed. He's the last person I want to bother, if anything. The wait doesn't take long. Soon, a click, then Ashton's voice echoes through the receiver, rough and still heavy with sleep. He never did grow fond of mornings.
Becca? Christ, what time is it? What's up?
Not you, apparently.
Good one. Did you call this early just to make that joke? I'm going back to sleep.
No, Ash, hold on. This is important.
Becca, stakeout last night. Make this quick. I've still got a few hours before the chief bothers me.
Sorry, I'll let you go back to sleep after. It's just that... Wait, you were on a stakeout last night?
Did I say that? Shit. Forget I said that. Forget I said anything. Forget we had this conversation.
So, you have no idea?
About what? About what? I also have no idea why we're talking so early in the morning, so there's that.
No, will you stop sleep talking or whatever for a second? Belle didn't come home last night. She's gone.
Who?
Isabella!
Who? And she's worried that he likes her more. Can barely remember the girl even exists. Instead of an answer, a brief pause comes after, followed by something blunt and heavy hitting a hard surface and a string of rather colorful curses from him. What the fuck happened? The moment might have been one of the many things I'll keep to myself and remember fondly in the next few days, if things aren't the way they are. When he picks up again, there's no trace of sleep left in his voice.
Say that again, from the top.
Isabella's gone, Ash. She didn't come home last night. Her flat's empty. She left her telly running. You know she doesn't do that at...
Okay, Becca, stop. Calm down first. You're starting to panic.
I'm not!
You are. Breathe. One person's not going to simply disappear like that. This is Isabella we're talking about. Did you try calling her?
What did you think is the first thing I did? She's not picking up. It went to her voicemail.
How about Zach? Did you check with him?
Not yet. I didn't want to bother him. You know he has trouble sleeping and all that.
All right, I'll go ask Zach. I'll call you back.
No, wait!
But for the first time since entering this room, tension is gone from my shoulders and my breathing is eased. The bed creaks as I sink down on it with a sigh. The telly still blares the same uninteresting news, and I'm surrounded by clutter. All the same, it feels strangely calm to be here without worry nagging at me. I'll have to apologize to Zachary later for sending Ashton his way this early, but for now, relying on the latter for this isn't the wrong choice. It never will be. That's something I won't ever doubt in him, much like his promises. And true to his words, he calls back only a few minutes later from the last one has ended.
She's with Zach.
Oh, I'm so glad to hear that. She could have at least sent a message last night.
What are you, her mother?
It's one thing to hear that from Isabella, but from Ashton?
I don't want to hear anything like that from you.
I'm serious. You've got to stop treating her like she's one of your students, Becca. You don't have to keep tabs on her every time. Last I checked, she's only 3 years younger than the two of us. That's almost a decade gap from those kids you're teaching, you know.
Says the person who keeps calling her Scaredy Cat.
That's not related at all. Anyway, I'll go check how she's doing. Don't stress yourself out. You go ahead to work.
Wait, you? Don't you have a precinct to be at? Whatever happened to not treating her like one of my students? Because if anyone's going to ask me, I think you're doing the same thing.
Zach said it's an emergency. Something happened last night.
Emergency?
He didn't put in those exact same words, but it sounded like it.
Ash, what really happened? Is Isabella fine?
Has she been fine, like, this entire week? I don't think so.
She's alright. She's safe. Zach let her stay the night after she... Look, okay. Z-Man wasn't clear about it, but let me handle this.
Again with the Z-Man.
I'll check on her. I'll bring her home.
It sounds like a lie if I've ever heard one. The sort where he admits things so people won't fret, and I'm not sure whether I should be happy he cares that much to do that. There shouldn't be a need for this between us, is there? We grew up together, didn't we? He knows I'm capable of at least hearing out the truth without it gnawing at me for the rest of the day. He knows me better than that. I know him better than that. Frankly, there's plenty of other things to say about this, but despite after all the trouble he went through, and with how things are moving at the moment, only one thought occurs to me. Oh shit. What are we trying to say to him? Sorry for the trouble. Up with Ashton. So we're back at where we started with Ashton. Great. I recognize his concern for what it is. It's not new for him to go out of his way for us, and to be honest, this is what I love about him. Ooh. As much as I would have loved to take this off his hands, it'll only be selfish of me to insist, considering he knows of my other commitments. To do so feels like I'll be trampling on that kindness he seldom offers to anyone.
Sorry for putting you up to this.
Nah, don't mention it. You've got other things you need to worry about. Take care of those first. This is a small thing.
I still owe you one.
Oh, I can name a few things you can do about that. You know, there's this ice cream shop that opened near the movie house. I could use...
Okay, let's stop right there. That's enough. On second thought, maybe I'll just think about it some other time.
Harsh.
We both laugh, the sound lighter and more comfortable. Like the old days, when a wayward 26-year-old is the bottom of the list we need to worry about. Jesus Christ, Becca! This girl's, like, mentor just fucking died. A brutal fucking death, and you're sitting here bitching about how she's a problem for you. This is how we find a common ground. We may not agree on a lot of things. We may see things the way the other does, but the give and take is something we've learned to get used to over the years. Whenever it's like this, confidence in him is the least I can offer as thanks.
Really? Thanks for this, Ash.
I'll let you know what happened afterwards. I promise. I'll call you later. You have a good day. Bye.
I admit, the way he puts it isn't comforting enough. He can be blunt like that. So many unknown variables, so many words left unsaid. Wish he'd simply lay them all out in the open, because like this, I'm more inclined to think he's an exaggeration on the other's part. If it's Zachary or Ashton, I don't know. In the end, all I can do is wait, go about my day, and hope for the best. Before leaving, I spare Isabella's room one last glance, disturbingly quiet now without her in it. I'll get answers from her later. For now, my concerns are best left here. The rest of the day slips away in a blur. Thank God, I did not want to go through her going through a Monday schooling day. Despite my best efforts in keeping this morning's events from surfacing in my mind, it sticks. In a way, everything today simply feels like a reminder. Every conversation, regardless of how casual, every topic, no matter how mundane it seems. Now, if this is the day that I'm thinking it is... No, that's tomorrow. That's tomorrow. The last time we caught up with any, like, this little, like, quadruped of characters, is the day after today, where Zachary runs from the ghost girl and has to figure out what happened to Isabella, because Ashton is like, you need to get to Isabella's house, and we don't know anything about where Rebecca is at that point. So this will hopefully give us some answers. Recent happenings brought quite a few interesting stories to everyone's attention, mostly suspicious talk of death. And when locals talk about death here, anyone can sure as hell count on someone bringing up that mansion Isabella sold not a few weeks ago. Even my own students won't stop yapping about it. I think it's even worse than when it was put back up in the market. Now there are more stories. If this is the world reminding me of what matters, or simply because the atmosphere around the time this year calls for it, I'd rather take the latter. At least then, I can be sure people will forget about it in favor of another set of holidays after. Nevertheless, and this may be painful to admit, but listening to them is a pleasant distraction while waiting for Ashton's call. I hope he didn't forget. The school day's about to end soon.
No, that's got nothing with what I heard.
Ay, that's some voice acting.
You always hear stuff. I'm not sure if half of them's even real.
No, really. Rowan knows about it. He used to be in the same class with them.
I can hear you from back here, you know.
Yikes.
Whatever, Rowan.
This voice acting's bad.
Anyway, the story goes like this. There were 3 of them. They entered the mansion on a dare, and they were all never
That's
seen
gotta be
again.
the video that, what's her name? Marianne saw.
No one knows what happened to them. Up to this day. Scary shit, man.
Cock and bull story. Calling it now.
No, you don't get it. Why don't you ask Miss Gales then? Better yet, why don't you go inside the place? I'm betting my allowance you can't do it.
Welcome back, Swift. Was food good? I gotta say, my favorite frozen meal of all time is the Boston Market. It's like a beef pot roast deal, and the meat in that is so tender. So good. But I haven't seen it sold in the Midwest, so I haven't had it in a long time. Their talk immediately halts when I look up, all of them suddenly pretending to be engrossed in their current activity. Still, a word to put a stopper to this nonsense is needed. Creativity and imagination fostered by those stories is one thing, but reckless ideas should be corrected before anything potentially tragic comes from it.
Back to your worksheets, everyone. And I don't want to hear any talk of dares or going inside that mansion. It's private property now. You'd all better stay away from it before...
At the noise, the whole lot of them go silent. You can almost hear a pin drop. The look on their faces would have made a funny picture, but that's irrelevant at the moment. If that's a student loitering around, someone's going to be in trouble.
I'll be back. If you're done, you can leave your worksheets on my desk.
Okay, they all heard the noise.
Keep the noise to a minimum while I'm gone, okay?
So I don't think that it's something the ghost girl did. I can sense their eyes on me as I walk out the door. A muted kind of anticipation. A bit unnerving, but it's far more agreeable than the feeling of being watched I've been enduring these past few days. It's like a Whole Foods, Penang, curry bowl. Okay, that actually sounds pretty good, and if it's from Whole Foods, it's probably a little bit on the grainy side, but probably also really filling. Class is still in session for most of the rooms. In a few hours, once the final bell rings, however, this place will once again be filled with busy chatter and footfalls, an everyday cycle in itself. But for the moment, I let the silence guide me, my ears focusing, on whatever sounds there are, or there will be, searching for the distinct clanging of metal. A good minute passes, and for the portion of it, only my steps echo. How did they hear that bang from all the way inside the classroom if she's literally having to go through the whole fucking hallway to find the noise? I'm about to turn around when the sound of it halts my footsteps. It's a little muffled and infrequent, but grows louder after each interval. With the hallway devoid of people, if I don't put a stop to it soon, I'll start to disturb the other classes still going on. Looking for it doesn't take long. All I do is follow the racket, and shortly I'm standing in front of a nondescript row of unoccupied lockers. Fucking hell. And from inside one of them, sitting in the middle, comes the noise, annoyingly disruptive now that I'm facing it, like someone's pounding on the metal door from the inside, hoping to get out. Leaning forward, I try to get a glimpse. Oh, fuck no. Louder than the previous one, more desperate. Heard stories before, waiting to hear FBI open up, right? That fucking stock knocking sound from other schools, from a new colleagues who's had to deal with it once or twice. Although personally, I've never encountered one myself, and I can only thank the heavens I haven't. But
if this is another kid, some other student stuffed in a locker.
With a huff, I straighten up and study it briefly with a frown. Without delay, reach for its handle and at once it stops, immediately replaced by the muffled sound of a mobile phone ringing. Give the door a few raps before taking my attention away. A second, another. Nothing or no one responds. I finally avert my eyes and pull out my mobile. Ashen's voice greets me from the other end of the line, oddly cheerful in light of the morning's matters. Maybe because I'm just expecting some grave or serious news from him. Instead, I get this.
Hey, Becca.
Well, you sound happy.
I do? My voice still sounds the same to me.
There are only two things I know that could be the reason of that tone. Sweets, or he's gotten a good lead in his case. From the sound of it, I'm going to assume it's the former, since lately, that case is all that's running inside his head. If there's ever a third one, I've never heard of it yet. It can only be one of the two.
Ignore that. How's Isabella?
Drove her home a few minutes ago. I think she's sleeping now. Sorry this took a while. Z-Man gave us the puppy eyes after we tried to leave. Had some food prepared for us, apparently. We didn't have the heart to say no.
That's all right. Is she okay now?
I'm not really sure. She didn't say anything to Zach, but she mentioned a plan to take a few days off from work. It was a passing comment before I left her, so I didn't get to ask.
Must be because of Rose's death.
Could be. It doesn't seem like it from Zach's story, though. He said she was shaking when she got there.
Shaking?
The word triggers a memory from 3 days ago on the way home from her little treat after she sold the mansion. I didn't think much of it at the time, but I won't lie, it scared me. The terrified look on her face, how she sounded when she suddenly screamed.
Becca?
Yeah, I just remembered something. Sorry, don't mind me.
Look, if you can talk to her, get the story out of her. That would be great. She wouldn't talk to Zach or me even when I tried. Maybe she'll speak up if it's you.
I'll give it a go, but I can't promise anything, okay? You know how stubborn she can get, but thanks for letting me know about this. If you want, I can get you that ice cream thing you mentioned tonight. As thanks. Just as thanks for all the trouble I've caused today.
Believe me, I'd love to take you up on that offer, but I've got something on my schedule this evening. Maybe some other time? Thanks a lot, Becca.
There's a short pause before he cuts the call from his end, and once again, I'm alone with my thoughts. But rather than answers, all I got from it are questions. More of them, one on top of the others, as if the world isn't planning to give me a break anytime soon. But that's a problem I'll tackle later. Right now, I've got students who need to be taught follies of eavesdropping, if the slightly open door and the smothered laughter from inside is an indication.
All right, enough eavesdropping. All of you, back to your seats.
Is that your boyfriend, Miss Scales?
None of your business.
He totally is.
A quick scuffle follows that comment. If there's a retort prepared at the tip of my tongue, I drop every pretense of letting it loose on them. There's no use arguing with teenagers sometimes, boisterous as they all are. They're still my kids, though. Rough around the edges, maybe, but still my kids. Shaking my head, I head back to my classroom with a smile, but not before noticing a glance at the locker again. It hasn't made a sound since.
Must be the wind.
The wind? Ugh. I'll let you out in a little bit. I think that technically quantifies as a jump scare because, you know, loud noise, creepy imagery, but luckily this game hasn't done too many of those. I definitely think that the strongest scares this game has done are just the ones where you're anticipating something and then when it does happen, it's not necessarily a... Samantha's having a grand old time over there. It's not necessarily a shock, it wasn't where you thought it was going to happen. Come here. Come on, I'm only gonna be streaming for like another 15 minutes, I promise. I promise! Here, I'll pet you. It could have... Oh, Jesus. Sorry, bunny. There we go. It could have gone better, mind you, but with the exams nearing, getting out of work before the sun is set looks as though it's a far off dream for now. Jesus, I can't read. At least until they're over. Then we have the holidays to look forward to. There really are times when you simply take what you can get for the time being.
Nothing wrong with that.
All I'm hoping for is this will continue until the whole day ends. There's still that promise I made to Ashton, and frankly, the idea alone doesn't sound good. If Isabella didn't talk to them, what makes them think she'll talk to me? It's not like there's a hierarchy, is there? Just because I can handle Isabella's childish tendencies doesn't mean I can do it all the time.
Really, those two give me too much credit.
I think everybody gives Rebecca too much credit. Nevertheless, I'm keeping my fingers crossed, if only because I'm also worried about her. And both Zachary and Ashton deem it important that somebody gets the story out of her. Here's to hoping it's nothing to do with the latter. The letter. I understand if she feels a bit stressed lately, but keeping that story going on for more than a week is... It's bound to get tiring at one point. Seriously. I merely don't want this to end in another argument. God willing, the cafe special will help smoothen things out. I don't understand why Rebecca doesn't believe in the letter, given everything she's seen so far. At this hour, the cafe is usually filled to the brim with people. That's the reason Isabella and I rarely ever go here during the evenings. It's simply too much of a hassle when we can prepare food ourselves in the comfort of our homes, and there really isn't much reason to eat out lately. What with life going on a busy streak. No time for long lines. Better spend that doing something productive, yes?
Lucky there isn't one tonight.
Only a few people are idling around the counter. 4 of them, in fact. A woman in her 60s and a teenager busy with his phone. Both are just waiting to be served their orders. Oh, Jesus. Why are they both here? This is a weird sight. The other 2, a posh-looking man and a child who I immediately recognize as Kylie, appear to have not yet picked anything they want. For some reason, my stare lingers at the guy. Though dressed relatively well and looks harmless, I haven't seen him around these parts before. Someone new in the neighborhood, perhaps. Even so, there's something familiar in him. Feels like I've seen him somewhere before. That also begs the question of why Kylie is with him. Of course, the girl easily takes a liking to anyone who buys her sweets, so it's both a bit worrisome and unsurprising. The blonde bloke doesn't look particularly thrilled with the company, though. Yeah, I told you he hates kids. I tear my eyes away from them soon enough once the guy at the counter appears ready to take my order. That, and I'd also hate to be accused of ogling strangers.
2, evening special, takeout.
He's already punching the order before I even finish. Saying my order out loud is really more of a formality's sake and made out of habit. He's known Isabella and I long enough that if we ever drop by here, he already knows it's always because I'm buying dinner for the 2 of us. Okay, I don't know why that was so hard for me to read. I rarely visit here alone if I can help it, but Isabella can sometimes be a bad influence. He gives me a small smile before leaving to prepare my order, while I fish for my wallet when...
Look, you little ankle biter. If I buy you the biggest parfait they have, will you please behave?
See, this is why these character models don't work, because this just makes it look like she's a supersized toddler. Because they've zoomed in so that you can see her details, but also made her really tall, and it just doesn't look right.
I would just like 10 minutes of peace and quiet.
You said you'll get me some bread pudding this time.
Yeah, well, darling, they said they ran out of it. Just pick another one so we can be on our way.
That parfait doesn't look as cute as the one my mom bought me.
Parfait is just ice cream, sweetheart.
Oh.
It'll melt no matter how dainty it appears. In the end, it'll all look like an ugly puddle. Now come on, just pick one. It could even be the most expensive one on that list. I don't give a shit. I don't care. Oh, what I would give for someone to buy you off my hands
Wow.
right now.
He really hates kids. What? My whole attention instantly snaps back to them and their conversation. Jumping to conclusions isn't something I'm particularly fond of, especially when all I have are baseless assumptions. But you can't really trust a stranger these days. No one around the cafe seems to have noticed his words either. Very suspicious words. Still, I don't move. Yet. My hand has already shifted from my wallet to the book I'm carrying. A hardbound textbook. Looks harmless, but if the situation calls for it, might be a good deadly weapon. Might. I haven't gotten the chance to try it anywhere so far. Today could be the day.
But you promised.
Look, if you don't want a parfait, how about a Bonifay pie? I'm sure it'll taste just as good as any other bread pudding. I'll even buy you the entire tray. How does that sound?
That's not what you said before.
Well, sweetheart, adults change their minds sometimes.
You said if I come with you, you'll buy me a bread pudding, and I did, and now you won't keep your promise. I want to go home. I miss my mom.
No, darling, if I remember correctly, and I have a good memory, honey,
What I said was, if you come quietly with me, I might buy you one.
Oh my god, this sounds so fucking suspicious.
The quiet part didn't happen. Though now that I'm sober, I think this is a bad idea. And I should just ship you someplace else for that piece of quiet.
This is very out of context. Oh, that's it. No hesitation. In a few paces, he's within my reach, and without warning, I'm slamming the flat area of the book against his skull. He deserved it. There's a cry of pain, followed by him instantly crouching down, hands nursing the sore spot. Almost comically, if this were a different situation and the safety of a St. Giretti student isn't at stake, I'd probably feel sorry for him. I mean, has anyone seen how thick this book is?
Get behind me, Kylie.
Miss Pink!
It's amusing how fast her expression changes from the pouty one earlier to something of utter delight upon seeing me. But there's no time for any pleasantries, not even quick ones, because soon the man straightens and I'm readying my favorite newfound weapon for another hit. Except this time he's ready, and before I can land another one, his hand shoots up to catch my wrist in a firm hold. And the look on his face...
Bloody hell, woman! What's your problem?
To say he's pissed would be a complete... He has an earring, I didn't even notice that. Had I been a weak-willed sort, I'd probably cower under his sharp gaze. But that simply isn't how I roll. If he thinks he can scare me and do as he pleases here, just because I'm a woman or whatever his reasons may be, he's got another thing coming for him. So instead I return to him with the same intensity, with the same venom.
What's my problem? You're the one who has a problem here. Rotten bowbags like you don't deserve the freedom to run this town.
Jesus.
What are you doing to this girl?
And why is that any of your business, pray tell?
Oh, it's my business if I make it to be. Now, release me or I'll call the police.
Oh, you think that scares me, Daisy?
I have a name, you sleazy douchebag.
Oh, I'm sure.
His grip on my hand only tightens when I attempt to shake it off. His tone may be dripping with anger and sarcasm, but the gleam in his eyes says it all. He's getting a kick out of this. Riling people up, getting on their nerves, invading their personal space. He knows exactly what and which buttons to push. The nerve of this person. The nerve of this arsehole. If he thinks I'm going to give in to his goading, please. He might as well just kiss his sorry behind. Oh, we know the law.
Mister, you have until the count of 5 to let me go and step out of my personal space.
Well, what happens if we ask for help? Hold on. We're like a good chunk in. We're like where we are with Marianne. A little bit higher though, which is odd.
Let me go, you uncouth lout!
Okay, so we lose a little bit with him, but not as much.
Or else what?
I'll scream.
Ugh. He laughs. A derisive? Derisive? Is that what that is? A derisive thing that rankles on my temper more than it has any right to. It's as if he knows I can't do anything, or he's above any authority that exists in this city, confident he can get away with anything. The gall of this man. I'd like to punch him right now if I could.
Nice try, lady. Why don't you drop the book first? You could kill people with that, you know.
Fat chance.
Oh no, that attitude won't do, Daisy. Here, let's try that again, like the proper adults we both are. Drop the bloody fucking book.
And then what? If you're assuming I'm...
Then we'll have a nice conversation over a cuppa. Establish why you're attacking a poor, innocent stranger with a deadly weapon. And maybe weave in an apology or two for the offended party afterwards. I'm the offended party here, by the way. My brain hasn't returned to its rightful place yet, in case you're wondering.
Innocent! Don't play dumb! I heard what you were trying to do with that girl. Just because she isn't my student yet doesn't mean I don't have a role in protecting that child's innocence.
Protecting the what of who? Why would you? Oh no.
In the span of a second, the expression on his face changes faster than anyone is capable of. From pure confusion to sudden realization, before finally deciding on a face of utter mortification. He's quick to drop his hold on my hands afterwards, like he's been holding a piping hot object that has just realized it's in his hands all along. He's far from a decent person, but he actually might make good money doing comedy. The look on his face when he starts babbling his excuses is almost priceless.
No, this kid's... Alright, lady, look, it's all a misunderstanding.
My tone can't go any flatter than the one I have now.
Right. Somebody help me!
He places a hand on my mouth before I spill the rest of it, and all at how are you not already have a scene? It's a like little cafe. It's not a fucking supermarket. I'm caught between trying to stop him from smothering me and keeping his dirty hands off me. But even as my nails dig deeper into his wrists, he doesn't appear to have any intention of letting me go. Being loud works, however. Soon the attention of practically every customer seated in the small establishment is on us. I shoot each of them an imploring look, hoping one of them will have the sense to help me. Monk-ass. Yeah, this entire scene is very monk-ass. The sleaze, however, is fast enough to flash them all an embarrassed smile.
This lady's having such a bad day. Poor girl's just been through so much today. Nothing to see here. Go on with your dinner.
Bad day. Even if this were a friendly chat, I won't even touch you with a 10-foot pole, much less share any of my problems with you. Blighter, you're my problem. I want to blurt it out, but with a hand covering my mouth and my lungs rapidly losing air, just back away from him a little bit. Like, I bite down on his hand hard. It works. Ow. This is top tier comedy. This dude fucking deserves this shit. After all the fucking shit we've had to watch him get away with, I bet you that he's the next character we're gonna have to play as. I fucking bet you. Stepping back to put as much distance as he can between us while nursing his injured hand against his chest and muttering a string of very creative set of words. Tears have formed at the corners of his eyes from the pain, and a small laughter almost leaves me. To be frank, he gives the impression of a kicked puppy with the glare he shoots me. A puppy I'm less inclined to feel sorry about. She got his blood in her mouth? Good. He deserves it.
You mad woman!
I warned you, you ass!
Swift, this character is really, like, he's every bad thing. He's every single bad thing.
Why this is harassment, I'm telling you! Harassment!
Then why don't you tell that to the police once they get here,
You despicable! Whatever you're assuming I am, I'll have you know it's all in your head. None of it's true. You best have that pretty brain of yours checked before that gets worse. What is wrong with you? Is this the face of someone who'd do anything suspicious?
Yes.
Oh? You don't think a stranger luring an innocent child with promises of sweets before whisking them away from their parents doesn't warrant any suspicion? You have a very funny definition of suspicious, asshole. Maybe you're the one who should have that head of yours checked.
The kid asked me to buy her sweets. You're the one who's suspicious here. I'll have you know, I have a wife.
That much at least appears to have a sliver of truth to it. He even makes a show of brandishing his left hand to my face with much flourish. Sure enough, a wedding ring is there, though all that earned him is an unimpressed glare from me. Immediately, a small part of me starts to feel sorry for whoever, whatever, poor woman married this sod. I don't understand why he has to bring her up either, as if the mention of her alone will magically present a solution to his problem. She must be a truly remarkable woman if she can handle a dirtbag like him.
And even my wife of all people in this bloody city, has never, I'm telling you, accused me of such a scandalous thing! You crazy woman!
Married or not, you're
so
still
good.
a sleaze. Honestly, I feel...
Miss Pink, why are you fighting with my teal?
Whatever word still left to be said here dies on my tongue. The same thing goes for the sleaze. Beside us stands Kylie, gawking at us with that same curious stare she often brings with her. I know that look all too well. A precocious child through and through. She doesn't say anything further. Her gaze simply moves between us, eyeing us both carefully, clearly anticipating an answer. From my experience... Oh, I was like, what is that music? It went back to, like, calm cafe music. From my experience, when it gets like this with children her age, it's a sure sign they won't leave you until you've given them an answer they're satisfied with. Lying won't do either. It is dissolved into a shouting match, for heaven's sake. And did she just say Tio? Something falls straight into the pit of my stomach at that. But my tone is gentle when I finally address her, void of any apprehension and what might be the first hints of embarrassment. I pointedly ignore the latter. It can very well be just the hunger speaking.
Kylie, sweetie, do you know this oaf?
Yeah, he's Tio Luke.
At that moment, my brain stops. Every line of thought, every argument I still have against the man beside me dissipates in a haze. Amidst all of it, one memory gets triggered from a few days ago.
Tio? The one you mentioned before? The uncle? The guy Rowan wanted to impress? Or was that a dare? I'm sorry, I can't recall. Is it the one who promised he'll take Big Brother someplace cool?
Yeah, the one in the same. Don't you know who he is?
I sure as hell don't, darling. Because if I do, I wouldn't have let everything I've said come out of my mouth earlier. Wait, said earlier come out of my mouth.
He's my Tio Luke, gazillionaire extraordinaire, and the fairy godfather.
He's your godfather. That's nice.
The one and only. Did I get that right, Tio?
More than right, sweetheart. I'm sure Miss Pink here understood everything you said quite perfectly.
Whatever it is that landed at the bottom of my stomach prior has shot straight up to my face and stayed there. The heat from it slowly spread to my cheeks, coloring my face in almost the same shade as my hair. If only the earth would swallow me whole, here and now. His eyes are on me, and I can feel them jeering, mocking. I can't even bring myself to look at him. What's in there? Amusement? I doubt it. He's probably having the time of his life right now. But I know. I can hear the sneer in his tone alone when he talks. He has that smug grin on him, which I may or may not want to punch off his face present just for the hell of it. Damage control. Okay, this is perfect. I actually need to get off. I need to wake up my mom, and I need to shower, brush my teeth, and go to bed. So this is perfect. I was like, I really need to find a good place to stop. We don't have enough viewers for a raid, so we're not going to do that. So let me just pop on over to Theta and quickly... Oh shit. Quickly end the giveaway. Oh, I should probably answer these, huh? We did not reach 110 followers. I did not swap games. Yes or yes. I did swap cats, and I definitely raged. Definitely raged. Let's go ahead and close that giveaway. And then we're gonna go ahead and draw the giveaway. Congratulations to Billy, Alert the Press, and Zambi! I know Zambi's definitely not here, but congratulations, everybody. Let me go ahead and give... Where is SB? SB. Top Dono does get one of everything. So you get... a Celestial Crate. User is not in the user watch list. Oh no! I gotta make a note. SB Chill gets 3 data crates. Okay. SB, you're not here, but you deserve crates. next time I see you. Don't let me forget, just in case you watch the VOD. Alright, everybody. Sorry that's a bit abrupt of an ending. I'm gonna get some sleep. Sleep schedule's back on track, and we'll definitely be playing this again tonight. Because I am really enjoying this fucking whatever this game has turned into. That was like the first real bit of humor this game has given us. And I'm very happy about it. So I will see you guys when I see you. Thank you all for watching, and thank you for the biddies and the T-Fuel SB. I think that's all we got as far as, you know, stuff to thank people for. But yeah, have a good night or morning or afternoon or whatever your time zone is. And hopefully I'll see you guys later tonight.